no idea when to tell people are here, so I'm just gonna start painting. So let your presence be known. It says I have a good connection. So we'll see how this goes. Hello everybody. Looks like we're getting some people in here now. We're trying to see how many. Okay, so it looks like on the upper right, maybe, shows who's connected. I have no idea how this works. So I finally at least got the option to go live now, so it's a plus, I guess. No Warhammer stuff for the time being. I'm trying to finish up these Soviets because I feel bad playing all this Team Yankee with Paul and still having to proxy ones with my World War II Soviets. So I'm trying to plink through, and I'm actually hoping that I can knock them all out throughout this entire live stream. So just gonna go through a little bit at a time, and I don't even know if I have chat, because I just see people joining. Let's see, that just says who. So it looks like we got 7 people showing up here. This comment, literally watching me learn this as I'm going. Topics, maybe? No? Okay. More likes can attract viewers. Keep it up. So, continue the likes. I'm assuming that these emojis are stuff you guys send me. Feeling like a massive newbie right now, but I guess everyone's got to start somewhere. So thank you for all the likes. Holy cow, 91 already. Alright, well what I'm going to start with is, it's really difficult to see with these due to their size, but that's one of the things that I really enjoy about them. Let's see if I get the camera to focus on them? Ah, well, there's like webbing and whatnot from the harnesses that these guys use, and I'm going to be painting that with this beige color, so it kind of offers a little bit of a contrast between the khaki. This, or is that too bright? Yeah, you can kind of see it. But yeah, it offers some contrast between the khaki, so the model isn't all just dark brown. And so I just go through and have my little model here that shows me the coloration that I did, so I can see. I saw someone commented, trying to see, I think it was Grant. It came up really quickly, so I'm not entirely sure how I can interact with those comments during the stream, but hey, it's the first one, so what can you do? So essentially the parts that I'm going to be painting this beige are what looks like to be an ammunition bag, a canteen, the cover for their entrenching tool. That's fancy military talk for a shovel. It's just a fucking shovel. And the what the hell is it called that's attached? The strap on the weapon, on their AK, so that they can be able to sling it. Their sling strap? But yeah, so I just basically go through. I want to try and the paint has this weird, you got to find this weird middle ground of water to paint ratio, where if it's too thin it becomes a bit of a wash. Hello, JCM King Yeet, JCM King Yeet. Hello, welcome to the stream. But so essentially what you're wanting to do is you want it to be in between too wet, but then also dry. Ah, yeah, and I made sure that you were a moderator too, Lulu, so if anyone gets absolutely awful, you and Paul actually both have ban hammers to keep everybody in line. But so when you go through, when you're putting it on, you'll know if it's too watery because the paint will start pooling into the recesses of the model. And so then that means you're too watery. And if it's going on completely 100% too thick, it goes on in one massive coat, and you start obscuring the details, which with the Team Yankee miniatures is, especially on the infantry, I feel it's not as important because they're literally smaller than my thumb. It's more the base colors that you're seeing, like, you know, the beige here with everything that's making it so that there's contrast with the khaki and the green on the helmet and the black of the boots, the wood of the rifle, you know, the things that really stand out. It's not as detailed as Warhammer miniatures, which is something that I do enjoy. It's kind of like a nice little break when you're painting something as detailed as a Warhammer mini, where you're doing like something like that chaplain that I painted, where he had quite a few layers of glazing and whatnot. So, to give away one of my big secrets in the first stream for my painting is something that I learned in college, and that is when moving something, when you're trying to do something in a straight line, you don't want to go like this with your wrist, because then your wrist it's moving too much. So you want to try and lock your wrist, and the way that my professor True described it to me was, he said, you almost want to move with your arm. And so it was on a larger scale because we were doing charcoal 2D drawings and whatnot. So like I was standing in front, literally going like this, just painting with my arm. But with a touch of practice, I was able to start applying it to stuff like this, where I'm able to, for doing really straight lines, I'm able to exhale and kind of lock my wrist, be painting with my arm a little bit, and moving the model with my left hand as well, trying to keep it in simple motions. I do have shaky hands, so whenever somebody says that it's my hands are too shaky, you know, my hands used to shake worse. Breathing exercises help, you know, really anything. But the number one thing is practice, because this is something that I really, really enjoy. It's been a big part of my, believe it or not, my mental health support. Because when I'm painting, it's like it's just enough for my body to be doing, so that I can almost enter almost like a meditative state, where I can just exhale, focus on my breathing, and just... My dad used to call it monkey work. Stuff like where it's so easy a monkey can do it. But with that, it allows my brain to kind of roam around. You know, this isn't something that is, for me at least, painting isn't something that really is all-encompassing and all-focusing. I can talk through it and whatnot, like I'm doing right now with you guys. I'm really enjoying this. I'm hoping you guys are enjoying it too. But it just really helps me have an exhale, which is something that's sometimes difficult to come by, you know. Able to put in some music or whatnot on occasion and just unwind and paint for a little bit. And I find that the biggest pro of doing this miniature painting and whatnot is that sense of accomplishment for finishing something. You know, like my mom does gardening a lot and whatnot, and she used to always tell me that the feeling that she got from looking at the completed garden and whatnot. Now, granted, like I completely didn't agree with her style of gardening and whatnot, but that's besides the point, because the point is, if if it's something you enjoy and you're able to set tangible goals, you're able to get the dopamine from accomplishing something, you know? And the biggest way that I stay on task through all of this is I try not to paint too many things at a time. You know, like this is probably about the max I would paint all the way through beginning to end. And when I'm doing that, it helps me not get overwhelmed by the amount of stuff that I have to paint. You know, like if I were to put everything that I need to paint right in front of me right now, I'd be all freaking out and whatnot. And trying to figure out, well, how the hell am I going to get all this shit done? How the hell am I going to get all this done? Blah, 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 blah. And so I find it easier to take it in chunks. You know, I set a New Year's resolution for myself this year to end the year with no unpainted miniatures. So we're going to see how that goes, because I have a lot of GW stuff to do. And that tends to take... I'm actually not sure if it takes longer than Team Yankee stuff, because I paint a lot of stuff for Team Yankee. You know, like with it being 15mm scale and the way the point systems work with how much you actually put down on the battlefield and whatnot, especially if you're playing something like Soviets that's more of a swarm army. You end up painting a lot. So I'm not entirely sure if it is less or more painting for Team Yankee. But certainly is technique-wise less. I'm able to basically get away with a base coat, a wash, and a dry brush, because the miniatures are so small that anything else is almost overkill, because if you're looking at it in the display case or standing over a table looking at it, you know, if I do like 12 glazes, edge highlighting and everything, you go crazy. Like if you really look close at it, yeah, you'll be able to see it, but when you're looking at it from a gaming standpoint and whatnot, and unless you're like picking it up and really like, ooh, look at that, scrutinizing it under a light, you're not really going to be able to entirely tell. You're not going to be able to really benefit from all that detail. All that extra effort that you would put into it. There's real no benefit to it because of the scale. So it's different system, different colors. It's much more muted with the colors. I've heard some people say that they're not a fan of that and whatnot, because it's 1985 military, so everything is some shade of khaki or green, and that's boring. It's definitely boring, but I find the most beneficial thing from that is it allows me to take that break off of the 40K colors. You know, after a while it gets tiresome to take 40K and painting to that detail with those colors, and it's nice to be able to plop to a different color palette. So I just got 4 done, and I got 16 more to go on this. And then I have to paint their magazines on the weapons, which is like kind of this deep red color. The black on their boots, using the same color that I paint the magazines, I paint the red part of their uniform on their little collar pieces that the Soviets had. I already got the skin, and then I need to paint the wood handle for the entrenching tool and the wood parts of all the AK-47s, or I guess 74s at this point, because these guys are from 1985. And then from that point, it's dropping them in the dip wash, which is truly an incredible thing. I found Midwinter Minis on YouTube introduced me to that, the dip wash. You know, being able to dunk a miniature into a wash to make it so that So it speeds up the washing process. You know, dunk it in and I just rub it off with a Q-tip and whatnot for the extras wherever it's pooling. No, I didn't. Still a little bit right there. For his sling. There we go. In contrast to 40K, I don't know, how about you guys ask me something so I'm not just yakking and yakking and yakking, because gods know I can talk. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy doing this and whatnot, but throw up some questions. Let me see if I can figure out how to do a comment. Admin settings. Comment settings. Keyword filter. Let me see if I can go to... I can add my own comment, but I can't see the other comments. Well, maybe drop in chat what questions you have about mini painting or Team Yankee if you're not familiar with Team Yankee, or even Warhammer 40,000 if you're not familiar with either of those systems. You know, I love the Warhammer lore. Play Space Wolves. I have my entire I have an entire great company assembled. It's probably around 15,000 points now. I was very fortunate and didn't get hit with the Warhammer ADHD stick until I was in late high school, early college. So for the majority of my collecting from 15 to 20, for those 5 years, I just collected one army. And makes it so that I have a very large army, in contrast to what I see a lot in the community is people starting and stopping on army projects. You know, putting 2,000 of an army together, 2,000 points of an army together. Now, granted, yes, I am 100% guilty of that. I have about 2,000 points of Death Guard and about 2,000 points of Dark Eldar. But my one true Warhammer army that I've continually collected is my Space Wolves. Because who doesn't love the Vikings? The Viking aspect. I definitely like the 30k Space Wolves more. Thanks, sad boy died. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I definitely like the Viking aesthetic more to the wolf aesthetic, but I can see where it fits into 40k or whatnot. The grim dark whatnot, the werewolf aspect and the wolf obsession kind of fits better than the 6th Legion 30k aesthetic of Viking executioners, which is awesome, don't get me wrong. Love the 30k lore, Horse Heresy books and whatnot, but I recognize the importance of the 40k lore with the Space Wolves. And I'm probably the only Space Wolf player that believes and is okay with Leman Russ not coming back. I don't think he's going to be a Primarch released. I want to say Lionel Johnson will be one. Vulcan will be another one that they can do, like Balance was with the lore, because he's come back a couple times. Hell, they could even bring back Rogel Dorn easily enough. I don't think that they'd be able to bring back Leman Russ. The main reason why I think that is because no matter how they would bring him back, I mean, and this is kind of true for every aspect of the game, because there's so many people who've been playing it for so long that they see it their way and any other way is wrong. But more so than the other Primarchs, I don't see a good way to bring back Leman Russ. You know, he's been in the warp for the last 10,000 years hunting down Magnus. The 13th Company has come back and whatnot, and they're all like warp werewolf monstrosities. So like Leman either comes back as that, like a massive basically werewolf, which one half of the Space Wolf community will really enjoy, and the other half of the Space Wolf community will be spraying water bottles at the first half of the Space Wolf community. And then the other one, the other way they could bring it back is kind of like was shown in If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device. how they've shown Lehman Russ in there, you know, basically untouched, uncorrupted because of his mental fortitude and whatnot, that he's been able to survive in the warp these past 10,000 years and not get physically corrupted and whatnot. And so then the other half of the people who were okay with him being like a raging wolf would be upset at that one, because they're like, he's been in the warp for 10,000 years. What do you mean he hasn't been touched? Even the demon Primarchs who live in the warp and work with the Chaos Gods are warped to a... they're warped to a point. But, yeah, so I don't see... I see multiple ways to bring him back, but I don't see any of them as easy W's for Games Workshop. Like, Vulcan, Rogel Dorn, hell, even Lionel Johnson. All those are good and easy bringbacks. That's a good and easy one, you know. Cut, dry, and simple, he comes back. Not really that much thought having to be put into it. Hell, even Jagati Khan. They can literally just write in, yeah, he messed with the Dark Eldar for a while. They didn't manage to kill him because he's, you know, fucking Primarch. But, yeah. So that's a little bit of my 40k rant. What do you guys think? You guys play more 40k? First time around painting and whatnot, this miniature hobby. Got any other Team Yankee people chilling in here? Or is it just me? Don't be shy. I see that I have a little counter here that there's 3 of you. Oh, one of them's Paul, and he's sitting right there, so I guess 2 of you. But yeah, I've been doing this since I was 15, so any questions? Yeah, there he is. Hi. Hi, Paul.
Hello.
Any questions about the hobby or anything like that? Been doing it for almost 15 years now, GW at least. I've been doing Battlefront Minis, which is who makes these, for just about 10 years or so. These were the ones that first caught my interest, but I wasn't able to start collecting them until I was out on my own. Yeah, but hit me with the topic. Let me know what you think. I play D&D too. Not as well versed in that, because I haven't started playing until like the past 3-4 years is when I started playing, because I had a very bad experience in like middle school. What's my favorite thing about the Yankees? Are you being obnoxious, Lulu, and wanting to know my favorite thing about the baseball team, which I know nothing about? Or my favorite thing about Team Yankee, which is the rule set. I really enjoy how it plays, in contrast to 40k. A lot of the core problems with 40k are fixed with how Team Yankee's rules work with shooting and whatnot. No, I do not build Legion. That's one I've definitely looked at diving into. You know, I'm an avid Star Wars fan. Love it. I would probably do a Clone Wars Wolfpack army, because I feel like as the token Space Wolf player, I would have to play the Wolf Clone Troopers, and I feel like everybody does 501st and 512th, 326. I forget what Cody's Legion is. I see at the local game stores I go to, I see a lot of Skywalker's Legion and Kenobi's Legion represented on the table. But I would do that, or maybe Empire. I'm not sure. Galactic Civil War is a little bit harder for me to choose between factions or whatnot. I know for Clone Wars era, I would definitely pick Grand Army of the Republic with the clones, 100%. start doing the rebels and the stormtroopers. Yeah, I've seen some really neat rebel armies doing like the Endor camo and whatnot, like, and it's a really neat application of like other ones. If you've ever seen Bolt Action, it's a 28mm World War II, so miniatures are a little bit smaller than Imperial Guardsmen, so you're able to like actually put detail on them and whatnot. So I've seen like some neat camos of people who've played Bolt Action and then collected a Rebels army for Legion and done like really neat variation on wood patterns and whatnot. Yeah, I just keep on seeing those clone trooper models, and I'm sitting here going, I have a massive backlog that I need to finish in order to complete my New Year's resolution. Might be a next year thing. I might start looking at getting into that next year, because I played X-Wing for a little bit. I tried that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the core pack is Endor too, because I remember correctly, because I worked at an LGS when that was released, and I remembered it being Endor. But did play Legion or X-Wing for a little bit, and I did enjoy that while it lasted. But I just ended up getting away from it. Wow, that is a horrendous mold. I custom painted my X-Wings, whatnot, and my Millennium Falcon that I had. They were pretty neat. I enjoyed it. Made them look a little different. The local community that we have for X-Wing in the Chicago suburbs is hyper competitive. Yeah, that's one of my big problems with miniature games. As a middle schooler and a high schooler with middle schooler and high school money, I was able to do that, and now I tend to find myself into an all or nothing kind of deal. I basically got my Team Yankee collection purchased and or 3D printed over the course of 2-3 months. So I know that if I start collecting Legion, that it is going to very much be an overnight, oh look, I have a massive amount of Legion troopers. Which again, don't get me wrong, is neat, but I want to make sure that I catch up on my painting backlog, because that's kind of the thing I'm known around my local community for, is I do my damnedest to not have a pile of shame. This is the worst it's gotten in all the years that I've been doing this. But trying to keep up with it, and that's why I did the resolution. My resolution last year was yeah, I never really messed with the scale. Oh no, that's actually a lie. In like middle school, I had got 2 or 3 of those. I always butcher the company's name. Tamayo, whatever. They're 135 World War II set. I got some Pac 40 and some U.S. infantry. And a Panther, I believe. And built those. But once I got into 40K, that was where I really found my niche. Really enjoyed that. And I know I would enjoy Legion. I've seen people play it, I've gone over the rules, it seems like a fun game, just it's another set of models. Whole nother thing to collect, whole nother thing to paint. Which is neat. Oh god, yeah, I don't know if I could do one model that's 400 plus parts. Man, that's a little much. That is a little much for a single model. I'm trying to think what the largest model I've ever done is. God, over 1,000. Yeah. I honestly think my largest model I've ever done is a Dark Eldar Razor Wing bomber. I honest to God think that's the largest one I've ever built, which kind of funny because in terms of scale models, it's not that big. Like here, I can actually grab it real quick because I got it hiding behind me. And it was maybe 200 parts tops. It was a GW model. So, this guy. So this is the largest model I've painted. And it's neat, don't get me wrong, but I made the mistake of leaving it next to my, it's real difficult to see, but you can kind of see like up in there and whatnot. I left it next to my water for like 6 or 7 months. And so it has all of these water spots on it, so I really want to strip it down and redo it. Because, especially now because I have an airbrush and I can go crazy with those gradients. My dog's name, well, I don't have a dog. My parents have a dog, and her name is Addison. She's a black lab. She's somewhere between the ages now, I think, of 9 and 13. We aren't really sure. She was a rescue that my parents got. And I was 16 when they got her. But the closest thing to a pet that I have here is this lobster thing that my girlfriend has. Oh my god, no, I'm a fucking idiot. I got 2 lizards. I got a Euromastix and a crested gecko. God, closest thing I have is this stuffed lizard. Is I literally have reptiles in my bedroom. Yeah, the airbrush is a godsend. It makes it so much easier, and it makes it so much easier to do like top-down detailing and whatnot, to just give an extra layer of detail to the model in a very quick manner too. You know, it doesn't take that long to do a top-down blast of a model, and especially with the whites for stormtroopers and clone troopers. I can only imagine how horrible it is trying to paint white, especially on 28mm miniatures. It's like it's been hard enough for me hitting little white details on some of like my Soviets and Americans with some of their air markings and whatnot. And that was awful. Yeah, if you guys like what you're seeing, please be sure to like the stream. Follow me on TikTok. I post daily hobby videos. I'm in the middle of a hobby streak, trying to keep track of everything I've done. I think last night was day 134 or 135 of consecutive days of doing painting and hobbying stuff. And all it takes is just 5-10 minutes, you know. Some people, I've had people on Instagram commenting and saying, like, I can't believe how much you're able to complete and whatnot. And my big secret is it doesn't matter what you paint during the day, so long as it's something. Literally, there's been some days where all I've been able to paint is one layer. One layer on 2 models. Or doing something like, literally doing something like this, doing like a pre-highlight on something, of spraying a top-down white coloration, so then I can go in lightly with an airbrush to give it a touch of a gradient. And like, if this is all I do in a day, I still count that as a win, because it's still putting paint on a model. I'm not sitting here going, oh, I'm going to complete a unit a day. That's called an unreasonable expectations. And I had to learn to lower mine so that I wouldn't get burnt out. And so my goal is to just paint, you know, put a single layer on. Yeah, and it's very easy to take a deep dive in with this stuff. You know, it's addicting building this stuff and getting that accomplishment and having something that you made with your own 2 hands. You know, it's very, very easy to jump down that hole. I mean, like, my partner can attest how much of this shit that I have, and how much of this shit that I have kept buying over the years. You know, like, nobody needs 15,000 points worth of Space Wolves. But I still got them because I enjoy playing them, and I enjoy painting them. I'm definitely a hobbyist and a collector first, then a gamer second. You know, I believe there's 3 aspects to this hobby. You got the gamers, you know, the people that enjoy playing the actual games on the tabletop. You got the collectors who just like making a large collection, and then you got the hobbyists who like painting and making an army look good no matter its size. And yeah, Paul, you just think they're neat?
I just think they're neat.
Well, then I would argue then in that case that you fall into the collector or the hobbyist. You know, you don't necessarily like the rules. You don't necessarily like the game either. You just like the way they look. Yeah, collector and hobbyist kind of go hand in hand a little more. And sometimes I'll see hobbyist gamers that really enjoy the rules and really enjoy playing the game, but they want their army to look in tip-top shape. But there's nothing wrong with being a collector. You know, you don't have to play. Like, I've had people over the years give me hate and whatnot for not playing the game that much. You know, for you got all these models and you don't play that many games with them and whatnot. And that's horseshit. You know, I've heard over the years, don't let people tell you how to hobby. If you want to drop an obscene amount of money to literally collect every single clone trooper unit from Legion so that you can put them on a shelf and just go, I made that, and that's awesome, and I like it. That's all the power to you. That is incredible. Because that's at the core. We're doing this because we enjoy it. You know, and so I'll see some people getting like upset and whatnot, like, oh man, I got all this stuff to do and it's such a chore, and it's just like, well, why are you doing it? You know, we're doing this because we enjoy it. And now granted, like, I definitely set goals and I try and keep myself some structure and whatnot so I'm able to complete stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm doing this because I do enjoy it. And I'm trying to be careful so I don't burn myself out over the course of this year, you know, because I've been painting a lot of stuff. You know, go over to my profile here on TikTok, click on that Instagram link and start scrolling, and you guys will be able to see. Yeah, that's a big one too. I quit smoking cigarettes last year. Yeah, 2020. My New Year's resolution in 2020 was to quit smoking cigarettes, and I managed to do that, and that freed up some funds that I could use for it. And even though these hobbies are expensive, you know, there's a lot shittier things I could be spending my money on. The gaming aspect is definitely fun. Paul and I play at least 1 or 2 games, one game of Team Yankee or Flames of War or something minimum.
A week?
Yeah, a week. So we definitely do enjoy the gaming aspect of it, and like, it's a lot of fun being able to, like, we play Magic the Gathering 2. There's something about just finding a meta of writing a list and getting it to work. Like, there's definitely something with that makes the little monkey brain of mine go, yay. But I definitely get more from the painting and collecting and making the stuff look good. Yeah, have a good night. Have a good night, cool guy. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for interacting and chatting with me. Been a blast. I definitely gonna start doing this more. That my TikTok got fixed and I'm able to go live now, because I haven't been able to go live for some time for some reason, because I think TikTok wasn't able to verify my age, which I was angry at first, but then I had to start laughing, because it's like, if you're under the age of 16, you cannot go live And I literally sent a message to with your feedback, and I'm like, what part of this looks like I'm under the age of 13? Do you see this receding hairline? I got a bald spot going that I cover up here. What part of this says, oh yeah, hi, I'm under the age of 16, so therefore I can't go live? No.
I'm jailbait.
Yeah, I haven't been under the age of 16 for quite some time. I'm almost 30.
Almost 16 years.
And it's just like, are you kidding me? So that's not confirmed. That's what I'm thinking it was, because that's the only thing that I found that it wasn't able to do. Or the only thing that I found that was like, okay, this could be why, because I didn't have any verification set up for my age, and I do not remember if when I signed up I inputted my age. But either way, all of a sudden I went to make a TikTok and the option to go live came up. So, hey, look at that. I'm able to go live now. So, I'm just grateful that it got fixed. So I'm able to share this with you guys. But yeah, I definitely enjoy the gaming aspect. It's just not my pinnacle of the holy trinity of gaming, collecting, and hobbying. And I know some people too that are all three. You know, that they do massive collections. Paul and I have a friend who I will not name drop, but Fuckface, who very much has large collections, wants his armies to look good, and wants to have the best list, and loves playing games. I guess I shouldn't say have the best list. That's not an aspect in my eyes of being a gamer, of partaking in the gamer aspect of this hobby. You don't have to have like a meta slamming list where you're winning game after game. Like, I know some people that definitely are more of a gamer than a hobbyer, and they just play like narrative 40k. Yeah, especially with Magic the Gathering. You know, Magic the Gathering is such a meta community. You know, even playing like Arena or whatnot. And I've been playing Magic since the first Theros expansion. And my roommates I'm living with now got me into Commander, and it's just, we're like a tier below competitive because we don't want to drop an ungodly amount of money on a list. But yeah, and that happens with everything too. Like, I've even found myself in some video games like Warzone, like Call of Duty Warzone, getting caught up in the meta. You know, and arguments of stuff being meta or not being meta. There's a part of it for me that I enjoy when it's like myself doing it. You know, when I find a combo that works. And if I know that I found it instead of sitting on my computer and Googling it, I find that that's like, yeah, look at me, I know what I'm doing kind of thing. Alright, so I got the beige done on all the guys. So now I'm going to go through with the red and hit the AK magazines and their little shoulder guards, which I might need a smaller paintbrush for, especially for the shoulder guards. And this is the first time I've painted my Team Yankee minis like this on the nails. They're sticky tacked into place, so they're kind of mobile, but I'm able to like shift them. All the other ones that I did, I glued onto a sprue, and I'm not entirely sure how much I enjoyed that, but I should say I enjoyed it, but it was a pain in the ass trying to get it off. But I've been enjoying this. I like it more than painting them on the base, because when I find that when you paint it on the base, it's difficult to hit all the details and whatnot. Which, again, was ironic because I spent a portion of this live stream so far literally talking about how the detail doesn't matter as much for Team Yankee, but I still like being able to see bits of the model, you know, and have the entire model painted. Because I still definitely think that out of all the tabletop games, the Flames of War and Team Yankee, a well put together Flames of War Team Yankee army looks the best on the table, in my opinion. Purely because of how the infantry bases work. You know, they're larger than 40k scale wise for the bases, so you're almost able to do like little dioramas and whatnot. Like you guys can kind of see and get my lighting right. It's a little bright. Maybe turn it down like that. Yeah, there we go. That's a little better. So you can kind of see that you're able to do a little bit more with the base to make it come to life. And so when you have an entire unit of these put together, it looks fan-fucking-tastic when they're all put together in a line on the table and whatnot too. They look really good, and I enjoy the tanks too. Like, show you a T-80 real quick. You're able to have a much larger force in this game. Let me see if I can like get this again. It's difficult with the lighting in this apartment, but you can see there's my thumb, so it's about 2 inches long, but it's got some decent enough detail on it and whatnot. And you can kind of see there that I decaled it, and it's a neat model, neat kit, and neat game when you play it on the table, especially for when I was used to 40k for so long. You know, 40k, you're basically playing on platoon or company scale, infantry-wise, with the amount of guys that you got. But for Flames of War and Team Yankee, you can play on the battalion level, you know, instead of having 2 or 3 tanks, or in the case of Imperial Guard, 5 or 6 tanks in a force. That's one of your platoons, that's one of your squads. It's going to be those 6 tanks, which is nice. So you're able to run a list of, like, Paul, how many Leopard 1s do you have in your list?
Currently is 19.
Yeah, so you're able to run 19 tanks with... He's got infantry support and jets that he can call in for assistance too, which I find is really neat in comparison to 40k. Which, like, don't get me wrong, 40k is... I love 40k, but there's just something about the larger battles that I enjoy more. So I'm using this Cavalry Brown, very muted red-brown. I find it works better than, like, Mephiston or Red Sun Scarlet or whatever the heck the GW Reds are called. I find it matches better with the muted tones that you find in Team Yankee and Flames of War to a point as well. Same scale. Flames of War is World War II, Team Yankees 1980, 1985, World War III. And this red I find matches the muted tones that you find the models in. Let's see if I can get a little bit of light. Man, this light is horrible. I just got the one, so it's kind of difficult. But I mean, you guys can look at photos of militaries and whatnot of that time as well, and they're not very bright. They tend to be kind of darker. And so I just find that this red called Cavalry Brown, fuck, I don't even remember what it's called. It's Cavalry something. It might be Cavalry Red or Cavalry Brown. I find that it just accents better than a bright red that GW has, like a Blood Angel red or like an Evil Sun's Orc style red. Come in here and very carefully nick the very edges here of these little shoulder pads sticking out. And I don't even know if this camera with the live stream will be able to show it. Yeah, you guys will have to follow me to see the close-up photos that I post tonight. these guys so you can see what I'm talking about when I'm doing the little shoulder bits. I don't even know what they're fucking called. Lapels, maybe? That's what they're called, lapels? But, either way, it's a very nice contrasting color to make those reds pop, but also fit within the coloration of the army and the table and whatnot, which tends to be more muted browns and greens, which is very nice. Any of you guys play? I think we've had enough of a flip through. I'm seeing some new profile icons in the corner. Do you guys play tabletop games or paint or anything? Do any nerd shit that you'd want to talk about? It's a safe place for nerds. We can talk about the games that we play to make life not suck so bad. While I'm doing this too, I'm able to see areas that I missed going through in the first paint around, so I'm able to go in and touch those colors up. And then swap back to my red when I go into the next models. There we go. Hit the mag and hit the little shoulder bits. Dink. And a dink. Now we have to use a dink. And little shoulder lapels. And what's up, everybody? I do need to eat something eventually. It's a fun little gargle in my esophagus for you guys to hear. Yeah, so be sure to check out my TikTok channel. I got a TikTok profile. I'm new enough to this. I'm not familiar with all the lingo. I got my Instagram and my YouTube linked to it as well. I do painting tutorials and battle reports and sometimes history stuff on my YouTube. So I am actually, I'm a museum curator, so I actually am a historian. I work in the preservation field, which I thoroughly enjoy. It allows me to have a little bit of overlay with my hobbies and whatnot, which is neat. So if you guys have any questions about any of that stuff, I can answer it or potentially point you in the right direction. Because I'm a firm believer in learning about the past so that we can try not to repeat the mistakes. Which is horrifying because humanity basically has a 20-year collective recollection. But yeah, it's a little museum. It's nothing big. It's not like I'm working for the Field Museum in downtown Chicago. It's like just a little local village with their history, which I enjoy. Allows me to work with people. Kind of allows me to teach without having a teaching degree, which is nice because I don't have to go through all that bullshit. Because I live in Illinois, so it's like so many freaking hurdles to jump through to become a teacher. Oh, you're a scientist. What kind of scientist are you? What do you science up on? I don't even know if that's the proper terminology for it. What do you study? Is that technically what it is? Study? Research? What do you research? Well, I guess scientists aren't necessarily always research. No, aren't. It's a provoking thought. What do scientists do? Biologist. You know, that was when I was looking at my options when I was going to college. I had a turning point where what I had originally planned wasn't going to work out because I was trying to get commissioned in the U.S. Army as an officer, but I got medically declined, and everything had been pointing to the fact that I would be able to commission. And so for the first time, I kind of like had my life open in front of me. Like, well, what am I going to do with it? I knew I enjoyed history. I'd been taking history courses for 2 years at the college I was going to that I was doing ROTC training with. And one of the things that I've always had a very deep passion for is marine biology and ocean life. And so for shits and giggles, I sent transfer paperwork and whatnot to Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, and then sent transfer stuff to another college that I really wanted to go to, and I got accepted to both. But I ended up going to the other college to become a historian instead of becoming a marine biologist because I really wanted to study orcas. But I ended up going the history route, so fun little what ifs that happens. If I hadn't done that, I would have done history, as I love that. Yeah, I love history, and the thing that I enjoy about it too is so much, like a history degree, you can do so much with a history degree. Because you learn how to research, you learn how to read, you learn how to write. Like, one of the things that I always laugh at with, like, old people that come through my museum and whatnot is, I know how to read cursive. I know how to write in cursive. And the only reason why I know that is because 2/3 of my archives are in cursive. Because that's just how people wrote 100 years ago. Hell, even 40 years ago. If I didn't know how to read cursive, I wouldn't know how to read my archives. Granted, I'm 29 right now, so I was like right before they stopped teaching cursive in schools. So I actually did technically learn cursive at schools. But, hell, Paul, do you know how to read cursive?
Yes, I do. I know how
So
to
you
write
can
it,
actually
too.
read. You can actually read cursive. Neat. Ethan is full set in his headphones, so I'm not able to ask him. I got 3 other roommates.
Depends on the words.
Depends on the words.
I can read some letters, but like it's mostly based off of like, that looks about the same length as the word the. It's probably the.
So almost more deductive reasoning than actual reading.
Exactly.
Well, what about you guys, Chad? Can any of you still read and write in cursive? Well, you probably read. I figure most people can probably read cursive, but actually write in cursive.
Oh, hell no.
That's the trick.
Yeah,
the
unanimous.
trick.
I can actually still write in cursive because that's the only way I'm able to keep reading it is if I write with it. But
That was like one of the few things in elementary school that I just couldn't do. I tried and knew it for like maybe like the last month of second grade. Never did it again.
yeah, some of the other shit too, like reading an analog clock, instead of a digital clock.
That I can do.
Yeah, that's something I found out that like younger people, people 10 years younger than us, the high schoolers coming out of high school right now don't know how to read an analog clock.
Wait, you just mean like the round ones?
Yep, round one with hands. 12-hour analog clock, they don't know how to read it.
Even with like the regular numbers, not Roman numerals?
Yep, even with the regular numbers, they don't know minute hand, second hand, any of that. Because think, when we were in high school, they were starting to switch to digital clocks.
And they never did that. Well, they never switched out like the clocks on like all the buildings, at least while I was in high school for me. But
what was the most
getting smartphones?
But what was the most common clock though? You still have all
The
those
most-
big clocks and whatnot, but all the ones in the classrooms were digital.
Mine were all analog.
Well, yeah, this is 10 years ago. I'm saying now.
Oh,
In
now,
schools,
yeah.
and that
Yeah.
was when they started making the transition. Yeah, they see everything digital. Smartphones, it's all digital, all in print and whatnot. And I have all these people that complain about it, like, oh, people aren't understanding, we're losing all this, and I'm of the opinion that it's change. I know how to take apart my phone and whatnot, and I know how to build computers because of my passion for gaming and whatnot. That's something that is knowledge that I have, and knowledge that most people that are younger have, you know, like being able to set stuff up electronically. You know, that's something that the older generation usually leans on us for. And so I usually try to have a very polite conversation of it's not good or bad, it is just different. And that is the biggest thing that I try to stress whenever someone comes through my museum and starts taking that tone with me of, oh man, isn't it a shame that it's not like this anymore. And it's like, you did that to the generation before you. They thought the same thing. Every single generation thinks the generation after them is doing stuff wrong. Hell, you're even starting to see it with Gen Z, with some millennials, with how they're treating them. You know, some of those young emo kids where it's like, no, you weren't emo, I was true emo, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, it happens no matter what. There's going to be generational differences. And my 2 roommates work from home, so you might start hearing tech support calls going on in the background. So, ambiance, in addition to our 747 of an air conditioner.
Hello. Is there anybody there?
It sounds like nobody's on the other end of the line.
You can hear me, I can't hear you.
You know, if I get big enough, I could really troll you guys. If I get big enough, I could really troll you guys. I could post the number in chat. You guys would get like 100 calls in a matter of seconds.
I'm going to go ahead and disconnect this call. If you still need help, go ahead and give us a call back. You have a nice rest of your day.
But yeah, everything's digital nowadays. You know, like, think of a car, you know. Not many cars have analog clocks, and the only ones that I see that have analog clocks are old rich people cars that know how to read analog clocks.
Do they know how to read them, though?
Yeah, you know, my grandma has an analog clock in her Lexus. You know, she's got one in the center console. My mom has one in her town and country. She's able to read it. But again, that's older people knowing how to read it. You know, like think of work too. How many workplaces have analog clocks anymore? Now, like, think working at Jimmy John's. How many analog clocks did you see?
One, but that was forever ago.
And again, were there digital clocks there?
Yeah. On all
Is
the
it
screens.
quicker and easier to read a digital clock or an analog clock?
There was just more of the digital.
Add 10 years.
Yeah.
And now people see the clock. They know it's a clock, but they don't know how to read it. Which I find fascinating.
Building we used
Children are still taught how to read analog in the UK. It's good that it's taught. That's the thing that frustrates me with cursive just a little bit. That I kind of agree with the older generation on. That that it isn't taught anymore. Cursive should at least be taught, and then it's up to that person to forget it over time and whatnot. But that's the one thing that I feel like the information should be there if they choose to access it. You know, if they choose to do it, cursive still being taught. But I can also see the argument for it not being needed anymore due to the technological age. It's just funny, though, because I'll have kids come through my museum and I'll play a game sometimes with the parents gently poking fun, being like, okay, can you guys read this? And I'll hold up, like, the one I usually go to is I have a laminated and framed deed for the building that my museum is, because the building was made in 1849. It's pre-American Civil War, so almost 200 years old. And, you know, how middle schoolers, they think it's like Spanish or French or something. They think it's a foreign language. It's funny because some parents, they never had that conversation with the kids. Which is really funny hearing them being like, wait, you guys can't read that? No, what is it? It's cursive. What's cursive? I'm just sitting there chuckling, being a little shit starter. A little meme lord.
May as well be thieves' can't.
Look, Mama, I'm a meme lord. And just like that, the red is completed. Oh, no, not completed. And just like that, the red is now completed. So now I just got the wood and metal parts, and the boots. And still technically the boots. So I'm going to hit up the boots and metal because both of those I base coat with black, gray. Oh, you guys probably can't even read it because it's probably flipped. But Vallejo black gray. I mostly use Vallejo. I've gotten away from Citadel paints. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy Citadel paints for some things. Like, I still use... First biggest thing I did was I've managed to put them all into droppers. Find it a lot easier to use, especially if you have an airbrush. The droppers make it a lot easier to use. But I still use Cadian Flesh Tone instead of Vallejo colors for that, which I've never tried. I've just always used Citadel for that. Okay, so... we got black. Do I want to do black? Nah, shit. I want to do the wood first. I'll do the wood on the weapons first. And I don't even know how to do, like, transitions on this. 'Cause I need to throw some food in the oven. That requires me to turn on the oven. And I need to get these guys... There we go. Reset that guy. For those of you curious, too, I do stream Sunday night through Wednesday night, and sometimes sporadically on the weekend. Mostly Warzone. I've recently gotten into Destiny 2 with my friends. I think I'm... If you go to my YouTube channel, I should have the link on there if anyone wants to see me stream. I use a VR avatar. Because when I was streaming, that was what I decided to set up. And I did that before this. But I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom real quickly and fire up the oven. Is there a way for me to, like, put up a pause page? Add host, add guests. What do we have here? Oh.
Hi, my name's Ethan with Amped Wireless. You called us previously, right? Okay. My name is Ethan with Amped Wireless.
Oh, here.
Okay.
I will set up... Is there a way for me to, like, mute myself while I do this, too? Admin settings, comment muted accounts, blocked accounts, comment settings, moderators. Okay, nope. Topics, GIF, support nonprofit, mirror, flip camera. Oh well. There we go. Look at Ball's tornado. He's a little short. He's a little short stack. Is this too tall? No, it's perfect. Look at the tornado. Ta-da. Ta-da. Loading screen.
Now make it spin.
Put the headphones down really quick as well. I will be right back.
Hi, thank you for calling support. My name is Paul. May I start this call by getting your phone number? Hello?
Alright. Thank you everybody for waiting. Apologies about that. Onto the wood. Using mahogany brown. It's a nice deep woody color.
Go ahead and disconnect this phone call. If you still need help, go ahead and give us a call back. Have a nice rest of your day.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the wood parts of his gun and his entrenching tool. That part right here. Then the wooden parts of his collision. His whips. This bit here. All of the other parts are going to be metal. Cannot defeat that. Right. Use need to be remounted sticky tack. Alright. That's not too bad. And remember, just like in life, if you make a mistake, you rub it enough and it goes away. Wait, what? My shaking's pretty bad right now, actually. Try and make it through this last color here for now. And that'll be it for my first live stream. It's been a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. You guys have any questions, comments, concerns, or anything? Let me know. Please be sure to follow my main channel so you can see my posts and when I go live. On my channel is the link to my Instagram and my YouTube. We really appreciate some love, some follows and subscribes on those parts as well. So I'm just trying to build a little platform on sharing what I love doing. Just sharing my life with you guys. Combine history, nerd, inspirational life advice, other shit as well. First squad down. How to Train Your Dragon stuck in my head. John Powell had no reason going that hard. Zero. None. Not zilch. There's no reason for him to go that hard. But he did. He went very hard with that series. Forbidden Friendship, Test Drive, Romantic Flight. They're just all so good. Classics. Help me calm down. Fuck, even some nights that help me fall asleep. I'll put a little on. It's just so good. He did such a good job with it. Second Squad. And done. On to Third Squad. I'll have to dig up TikTok's user agreement and whatnot for music during live streams. Because in addition to everything that I am also a musician. And, well, I don't play as much anymore. I still listen to a lot of music. And it'd be fun to have some music playing. So I'm just not sure where the TikTok falls with music usage. And I would prefer to not get, banned for breaking copyright and whatnot. Would in fact be preferable, considering it took a couple days to get my live to work properly so that I could actually do this. Third Squad done. Or RPK. This is RPK. Deloitte. Oh man, it's embarrassing. Fucking even confused. It's the AK-47 or AK-74 long barrel. PKM is their 12.7. RPK is basically an AK-47 or an AK system with an elongated barrel. Still only shoots 7.62, but it tends to have a larger magazine as well. 40 or 50 round mag instead of 30. Fills the spot of our saws. A squad-based, heavier weapon for suppression. Which is interesting with the 50 or 60 round mags because it's not that much in ours. U.S. Army 249s usually have like an 80 to 100 belt mag. But the RPK is definitely, I feel, a lot more maneuverable than 249. What do you guys think? Am I just continuing my theme of talking to myself through the stream? I feel like that's what I'm doing. Last squad. This is the problem I've been having using the silly putty or sticky tag. Let's paint some creeping up the brush. Last guy. So we managed to do everything but the metal and the black portions. So maybe their boots. But we got all the other details picked out. Got all the wood, got all the webbing, red bits. Yeah, I don't really know how to end this. Thank you everybody who tuned in. I'll try to like actually set a schedule next week so that be a little bit more organized with this. So thank you everybody. Be sure to give me a like and a follow if you're liking what you see, and until next time. Keep you right here. There we go. You set and you. Hi, Paul.
I'm supportive.
You are, and I appreciate it. Shit, I gotta change my water. So hopefully. Otherwise, you accidentally make a wash. go live together, maybe. Maybe one of these days. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to the painting, talking, chatting. Welcome to the stream. The stream has begun. And as always, horribly prepared. But we are, in fact, starting. So yeah, for those of you who haven't been here before, I am Lexi, or Arkin. And I paint miniatures. Today we're doing finishing up this blob of little... Yeah, none of the light is good here. I need to do something about this one if I go like that. Maybe? Oh well. This blob of guys for game Team Yankee, and then when they're done, I'm going to shift into my Space Wolves for Warhammer 40,000. Hello, hello, Renix. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see ya. So, not much left to do on these. I just got to finish painting. Got one more color to do on them, and then I need to base them, which shouldn't be as bad. And don't forget to like the stream. If you don't follow me, be sure to follow me as well, so you can get notifications when I'm live, so you can come back here and find me. I do daily hobby posts as well on what I'm working on. I'm in the middle of a hobby streak where I try and do a little bit of hobby every single day. Yesterday was day 135, if I serve correct. If memory serves. Right now, what I'm painting this instance is, hobbies and whatnot, like miniatures. So right now what I'm doing is Team Yankee, which is a 15mm or 1/100th scale World War III game. The timeline is 1985, so it is early modern era tech for the fights. So these are a bunch of Soviet infantry for motor rifle companies. And then when I'm done with these, I'm going to be shifting onto my Warhammer 40,000 models, my Space Wolves. But what I am doing here is I'm taking Vallejo Black Gray, and I'm going to paint all the metal parts and the dark black leather parts with this as a base coat because it's a nice mid-tone. I'm then going to use one of the best paints Citadel has made yet. Their Black Templar contrast. Oh, do I love this. And I'll be able to do that to make the black leather have a little bit of 3 dimensions, because when you're painting black, if you just paint it black, it's difficult to get that contrast. So you want to almost start at a gray or a blue, because then that will start giving you your different layers. So I let some do it. I'm not wearing black today, so it's be harder to demonstrate in real life. But if you have something black near you and look at it, it's actually more of a gray than a true black. And so I'm able to mimic that with this. And then for the weapons, I'm going to take basically a heavy brush over with, I got this silver, it's kind of hard to see, I got this silver metallic paint, just regular old gunmetal gray by Vallejo. And yeah, I just go through and do each one. And yes, Magic player, the douchebag control main. Well, I'm not so much douchebag control anymore. I'm not like a full control main. I mostly play Sultai, blue, green, black, and Jund, which is black, green, red. And I also play Simic, blue, green, which I really enjoy. So finding out I'm more of a green player than a blue player, but I definitely, when I got this shirt, I was playing more standard than anything else. And now I'm mostly, in real life, I mostly play Commander, but I play a lot of Magic Arena. grind through those dailies. That's what I was doing earlier today. And I play standard on that, which I usually slide more into a control roll for standard, which is kind of what the shirt is telling. But yeah, so these guys are, I think I said 15 millimeter scale, or for the fraction base scale, it is 1/100th. So they are rather small. And I personally enjoy it. I like it as a break and contrast from 28 millimeter or Warhammer. It's the same scale as D&D. I find it a nice break from those scales and being able to go into something that still has enough detail that you can touch stuff nicely with it, but not to the amount that like Games Workshop miniatures are, where you can literally just spend hours on one color trying to make it glaze right for all the different angles on it. So it is nice and enjoyable. It's almost like taking a break. I mean, what do you mean more stuff than just hobbies? This is mostly how I spend my spare time. I'm a PC gamer too. I stream Sunday night to Wednesday night, playing shooters. A little bit more hesitation saying I'm a musician because I haven't played regularly for some time, but I do enjoy music quite a bit. And then career-wise, I'm a museum curator. I work for a little museum out in the Chicagoland area, a little local one for a little village, so nothing too insane. It's not like I work for the Field Museum or something in downtown Chicago. Just a little thing, but still something I'm able to enjoy. I was really into sports, but then I kind of got away from it as other things began looking at my interest, because of the community I was in for a while. Because I lived in Wisconsin for some time. My mom's family is from outside of Milwaukee, so as my partner and moderator Lulu just pointed out, I do in fact have a lot of Packers stuff. If you go check out my YouTube channel, you'll be able to see a bunch. And there. All right, thanks for coming by, Leo. Have a good one. Don't forget, guys, like the stream. Got over 500 likes last time. Goal today is to try and break 750. Try and get up there closer to that 1,000 like mark, so we can. I don't even know if that does anything other than just a personal goal. Yeah, I did major in history. I got my bachelor's in it, with a minor in studio art, and I am currently looking at going back to school for my master's, because if I want a true full-time position in a museum job and not this little part-time gig that I have right now, I need to get a master's, which has its own problems in and among itself, but I am looking forward to the challenge, and main thing being I just want to be able to do in-person classes. Oh, nice. Yeah, I enjoy history. It's very, very useful across multiple subjects, basically. You know, if you work on history in college, you learn the basis of research and writing and whatnot. It's I found that I was able to take a lot of what I learned in college, getting my history major, and apply it to stuff in real life that isn't just history. Yeah, I thought about the teaching, but I never really went down that path. I live in Chicagoland, and Illinois is there's quite a few hoops and hurdles to jump through to get your certification. So I guess I kind of went a roundabout way to be able to teach, because I have a lot of kids come through my museum every single year, and I run stuff with that and teach them stuff about the village's history and whatnot. So I guess I kind of am a teacher, and anybody that comes through, I'm spewing information and answering questions and whatnot. But I just did not want to go through the full certification process to become a teacher. But yeah, that sounds pretty neat. Being able to teach while working on other stuff. I'd love to be able to pursue a doctorate and be able to teach at a university, because I'm told I'm a little bit more of a, I think it's eclectic. I'm a little bit out there as an individual. I had one friend tell me I had that nutty professor look, that I just look like I belong standing in front of a classroom talking about something super specific from history. Turn on Wi-Fi, we'll see if that helps. So stuff going off of 5G.
Oh, hey, man.
We got it. What's up, man?
Not much, man. I was in your live this morning.
Yeah, I was chilling in there.
You want to see some of my work?
Yeah, I was watching you do it for a little while there or whatnot. You were priming some of them and whatnot. I saw that diorama that you had from Force Unleashed. Saw that was really cool. That's the
one, yeah, because you were trying to figure it out, yeah. I've still got 39 minutes of paint. I have my whole Rebel army sat right there and my Imperial army up there.
And the clones are on the way?
No,
was it clones you were working on, or that was your Imperial stuff? It was hard to tell looking through the phone and whatnot. Stormtroopers? Hell yeah.
They are the Stormtrooper upgrade packet. So you can upgrade your normal Stormtroopers into like heavy gunners and stuff.
That's right. That's how Legion does it. They got little, almost like booster packs.
Yeah.
For the
I
units.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. It was an interesting system. It was definitely an interesting system when I was looking at it.
Mm-hmm. I've not played a game yet. I just started painting a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, even not playing a game. I know some people that collect the miniatures and don't even play the game. And
well, like I said this morning, I'm more of a hobbyist. There's one of my
and that's beautiful. Yeah, the base is really good too. It's nice accents.
I've used Tough, Cocoa Coir, and Rust Weathering.
Huh.
I super glue the Cocoa Coir on so it doesn't move. Obviously, it just seeps it in.
I usually use
I've done that
Elmer's
with a lot
glue.
of them.
Oh, that bike looks
speeder
good.
bike.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Here's the other speeder bike. I've got another two to make actually. That's what I was priming. It's the ground.
It looks
like, wow.
It looks so cool. You know, because I played X-Wing for a little bit there, which is another game that the same company that makes that does. And that was something that I always asked people. I was like, why is there not a Warhammer 40,000 style tabletop combat game? Yeah, and then there's Luke.
No, that's Anakin.
Oh, that's Anakin?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Here's Luke here. He hasn't been painted yet. Beard and brush. What's up, man? Afternoon, gents. Good afternoon. So yeah. Hi, Benji. So yeah, that is what I have been doing. I've just been airbrushing as well, but my airbrushing seems to have not decided not to work on me again.
A little clogged or something?
Yeah, so I'm just moving the needle back and forth now and some isopropyl, and that softens, pushes out whatever there is.
Yeah, sometimes with mine, when it gets clogged really bad, I'll give it like an overnight bath in a little tub of isopropyl just to let it, if anything's in there, that takes care of it and breaks it up. And then it's usually able to just clear itself with air.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty impressive. Give you one guess what that is.
Oh, wow. Is that pine sol? No?
Null oil.
Huh.
Homemade.
Yeah. Yeah, I got mine in
The results of my
That's-
homemade nuln oil are what you've just seen. Oh
That's
wow!
mine.
How do you
Oh,
make yours?
Same thing. Mine. You know the YouTube channel Midwinter Minis.
No.
He had a recipe for one, and so I saw that video. Was like, oh, that's awesome, and I just copied his recipe and used that. It's like, I think it's one part. It's 118 and drops. It's 1 part Elmer's glue. Oh no, not Elmer's glue. It's 1 part.
I've not used glue.
matte
Mine's
medium.
just. Sorry, go on.
It's a 1 part matte medium, 1 part acrylic ink, 8 parts distilled water, and like a tiny like drop squirt of Dawn dish soap.
Yeah.
And that
mine's
it
is
works.
Mine's is just house paint. So pretty much tester pot from my local craft shop. Well, not craft shop, hardware shop.
Yeah.
I've got 4 of these in it. 3 black, 1 grey. And a drop of dish soap and filled with water. So.
Huh.
And mine works. I mean, it's not too bad.
That's the thing I like about it. You can work with the consistency. You know, you can set it for what you're looking for. If you want it to be a little bit lighter and more watered down, you just add more water.
Yeah, exactly. But I pour mine into, well, obviously those empty tester pots.
Yeah.
Here it is. Here's mine here. Obviously that's only 75 mil, so it is, so. Just shake it up.
That's what I like about
That's
what I like about these. It's large enough of a cavity to do pretty much everything but large vehicles. Really just dunk it in there and swing it around. And most of my stuff that I paint, I do it on like nails or toothpicks like this where I mount it. Oh, I dunk mine all the time. I dunk it, swirl it, shake it out, and then I use Q-tips to take off the extra excess. Like one of those guys, the ear cleaners, and I'll roll that almost like in a rolling motion over it to get it.
Got mine right here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Everyone is on Discord when you're ready. All right, no problem, Cat. Okay, Arkin, I'm going to love you and leave you, man, because I've got a
sure thing. Just shoot me a DM or whatnot with the link, and I'll join.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I'll be able to jump in
if you like.
Hell yeah, man.
Because everyone that's in there loves the model painting and stuff, so.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's all people from my life. Beard and Brush, would you like a guest request for it as well?
Hey, Beard and Brush, I think I follow him.
There's going to be 5 of us.
I think I follow him too.
5 or 6. Yeah, man. So Beard and Brush and Arkin. Right, okay. So I'll do that just now and I'll invite you in.
Perfect. I'll be on at some point.
Right, no problem, man. We'll be on most of the night.
Oh yeah.
Right. Speak to you in a bit, man.
Yeah, catch you later. Have a good one.
Take care.
Let's see what you're saying there, Remnants. Yeah, PhD. That very much. I'd like one, but it's just timing and money and whatnot. And I feel like I am intelligent enough to get one. Or not necessarily intelligent enough. I understand the American school systems well enough that I can finagle my way into a PhD, especially something with history, because I already know all the research and whatnot. Yes, I'm smart. And for history, too, I found that just having a passion for history makes it handy. So read one best, yes. Raise this guy back up so I can touch here. There we go. we're at 165 likes. Let's see if we can get more people coming through. Not entirely sure how to finagle that other than just paint and wait. Magical waiting game. Gotta love it. It is nice though, I'm doing better on here than I do on Twitch. I'm lucky if I get like 2 viewers during one of my Twitch streams. But I feel like part of that has to do with the fact that my attention span and focus is not very good, so I'm not very good at the whole multitasking thing if I'm really playing a game or whatnot. A wave or anything. But yeah, have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I'll answer them to the best of my ability. Just painting the pain away. It's very soothing for me. And therapeutic too, almost. Really enjoy it. Been doing it for a long time. A long time for me. It's like almost 15 years now, I believe. Yeah, just about 15. 14, 15 years now I'm doing this. It's just one of those things that you see people doing it, and you wonder how the hell did they manage to paint something like that. You know, and I remember when I first got into this too, I was looking at some of these models that people painted, and I'm just thinking, oh man, how the hell did they do that? The only way that they did it was by doing it. You know, your first models aren't going to be perfect, but everyone starts somewhere. I have no idea where my first model went, because I actually did for a while there hold on and keep track to the very first model I painted. I don't know what happened to it. I think it's buried at my parents' somewhere, but it's helpful. It's helpful to me because I can see that with practice, you know, each model I paint, each unit I paint, try to get just a little bit better. And it's neat for me having collected my Space Wolves for so long, having almost probably 15,000 points of them by now. I haven't stripped and repainted any of them. You know, so you can see the first ones. I have the ones in my black case, yeah, but the one of the first, definitely. But I used to have a Space Marine from the starter set from 15, 16 years ago that I painted with like tan, green, and red. It was horrendous, but it was a nice example of the first model, you know, where I was able to show people when they're like, oh my god, I'd be able to show them like, yeah, this is where I started, and then I just started painting, you know. So now I'm in the middle of this hobby street where I'm trying to paint something every day, no matter how much or how little. You know, just as long as something gets painted, even if it's something like I showed this yesterday, something as simple as, let's see if I can get this to focus. Yeah, it's not showing up with light very well, maybe down here. Something as simple as this, where I just took white and sprayed it with my airbrush over the top, and that's all it is right now. I'll be able to add more to it when I start getting around to it, but for the time being, you know, if that's all I did for that day, that's still getting paint on a model. There's a meme that I saw a while back that I really, really enjoyed, because I see a lot of this, especially in the Warhammer community. Now, it's gotten better over the years or whatnot, but for a while there, people would always be like, man, that is such a horribly painted army, and I never understood that. I was like, they painted an army, and so I saw a meme years ago. It was the Well, that's got to be the best pirate I've ever seen, Jack Sparrow. So that's a horribly painted army. Aye, but it is a painting, isn't it? It is fully painted, isn't it, or whatever. I absolutely butchered that delivery, but that's what I've always kind of said. It doesn't matter how good or how well painted your army is. Every painted army, that's time, effort, and love put into something. Which is admirable in and among itself. You know, you created something. I'm a firm believer that whenever you make something, you put a little bit of yourself into it. Now that can be like psychological analysis of, you can look at stuff that you've painted and be able to try and get a glimpse into your psyche to see kind of what's going on in there, or just literally, I'm putting time into this. Something as simple as that. Welcome, Ryan. Don't forget to give the live stream a like. See how it is we're looking. Working on some Team Yankee Soviets right now. 15mm 1/100th 1985 Cold War Gone Hot style game. So it's like A-10 Warthogs and Abrams, T-80s and Heinz and AK-47s or AK-74s. It's a neat era. Very early modern era. Thank you for all the likes, everybody. Yeah. Keep 'em rolling. Walktree. Thank you. Thank you for the join. Thank you for the like. Still just putzing along. All one bit at a time, and then when all the bits are done, voila, fully painted unit. It's almost magical. I don't know, there's just something about this that makes something in my head go in a good way. Welcome, Junior. Have any questions, feel free. If you like what you're seeing, tap that screen to get that like. Greatly appreciated. If you have any questions, hey, David. Yeah, it can be daunting, you know. I was saying earlier, it doesn't matter, because everyone's got to start somewhere. You know, I didn't wake up one day, decide to start painting minis, and be able to paint 15mm minis to this scale, like or to this level. Like if you go to my profile page and click my alternate links or whatnot, it my Instagram will pop up, and I have a lot more of higher quality close-ups and whatnot than I'm able to do on the live stream and stuff like this. I didn't wake up one day and be able to do this. Yeah, you know, that as cliche as it is, sometimes the only way to start is to just pick up the brush and put it in paint and see what happens. And tell yourself over and over in your head to not be discouraged. Because even if it isn't that good of a paint job, it's still a good paint job because it's a paint job. I always give massive props to people who show up with painted armies. Because, you know, so many people I know just show up with the assembled minis. It's like, yeah, that's it, I'm not going to paint them. Or if I do, I'll get around to painting them, and then they jump onto another army. And it's just like, oh, I'm not a good enough painter, I don't want to paint them because I know I'm not good enough. And it's, well, yeah, at one point I thought that too, and so I started watching YouTube. Man, this was even pre-YouTube. It wasn't pre-YouTube, but there wasn't a lot of stuff available on YouTube. So I had a White Dwarf. I got a White Dwarf subscription and whatnot. Yeah, the D&D ones. I got some painted D&D minis too. I've done for friends. I've had some commissions I've done for people for their D&D characters, and same thing though. The only way you're gonna get better is by practicing. You know, just get a little bit of water, some of the paint, brush, and I can guarantee you it doesn't matter who you are. You could literally be a Golden Demon winner, which is like top miniature painters in the world, and their first miniature is going to look awful compared to what they do, but it's a learning process. Hello, Kyrie. I'm currently painting Team Yankee miniatures, 15 millimeter 1/100th scale Soviet infantry for a game that I play. They're almost done. Then once they're done, I'm going to be shifting onto one of my Space Wolves and start getting paint on him because he has been long overdue. It's a semi-custom kit-bashed model across the Space Wolf range for a general in my army. So that one will be fun. He's going to be on the ground, ready to fight, and the wolf is going to be kind of behind him, which is a little different from what is usually shown with the Thunderwolf cavalry for Space Wolves, because usually they're riding them like horses, and I got a bunch of them that are riding like horses, but I like them dismounted on the ground fighting a lot more. I think that's a little bit neater or whatnot. Hello Hamza, thank you for joining. Be sure to like the live session. Man, I don't even know what it's freaking called on here. Tap your screen if at all possible. It sends up a cute little emoji on the right side of the screen, and helps me out too. It's greatly appreciated. If you have any questions, let me know. I'd be happy to answer them to the best of my abilities. I may know a fair amount, but I don't know everything. But I might be able to point you in the right direction to someone that does know. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Gary. I'm from America. I'm in Chicagoland, Midwest, dead center of the country. Good old corn and soybean fields. Right at the edge of Tornado Valley, so we've had a pretty interesting storm season so far. I think we've had three tornadoes so far. How about you? Where are you from? Hello everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the likes. Greatly appreciated. Oh, nice, Norway. Hell yeah, man. Most of my family's actually Swedish, and I keep on meaning to try and get out that way to start connecting with people, because I found some cousins on like Ancestry.com and whatnot of long lost family relations, because my family immigrated over from Sweden in like the 1900s or whatnot during the Industrial Revolution, the American Industrial Revolution or whatnot. My girlfriend wants to go to Iceland as well. I do too. I've heard incredible things about that country, and it's beautiful. And same with Norway. All those Scandinavian countries I absolutely love. Mostly Swedish, English, and Scottish, all coastal stuff. I got a large Flames of War collection, 15mm World War II. My roommate and I play a lot of that. If you click my profile and go to my alternate links, I have my YouTube linked up in there, and he and I have put battle reports up there of games we've played, and a little historical stuff too that we've done with that as well. Okay, got the gray done, so now I'm going to hit the boots, and then I'll be able to hit the silver, and I'll be able to start attaching these guys to the bases so that I can texture up the bases, and then once the bases are all textured, I'll be able to paint the bases, wash the bases, and then dry brush the entirety and glue on the little flock. And what you end up with is something like, I can get it so it's kind of seen. It's difficult with this, with the lighting here. It's awful. Put it up like this. There we go. It's a little better. You get something like this. So it's really neat. I really enjoy the 15mm. It looks really good when you have a whole infantry unit put together. Because you'll have some teams that are on larger bases, and so they look really nice when they're all together and whatnot. A little bit more dynamic than Warhammer, because the bases, in comparison to the models, you're able to do more with these, and they end up looking really, really sweet. Here's a T-80 Russian main battle tank here I got, and so it's relatively small, but I enjoy it because it allows for larger games. Instead of the platoon style, company style combat at 40k, you can get larger battalion style combat. But I've been painting since I was 15, so just about 15 years now. I'm almost 30. Started with Warhammer 40,000. Welcome, AA Ron. That's awesome. That was some nice punctuation with that. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Please be sure to like the stream. Is this even a stream? I don't fucking know. But yeah, I've been doing this for quite some time. I didn't get into the 15mm, this little stuff, until I was about 18 or 19. So it's been mostly 40k. It's where I've had most of my expertise and whatnot with it. Like here, actually, I think I have some models out that I can quick bring in to show you. Here's one of my most recent ones. It's a wolf priest on a bike. And let's see if I can angle. Ooh, there we go. That looks better. So yeah, nice bike. Did a little bit of custom work on the base with some cork board underneath the stone here. Kind of see. Let me see if I can get a pointer. We also got like a cork board here under the stone that I filed down onto an angle to lift up the front to make them raise slightly, so it doesn't give me that much disadvantage for modeling or whatnot. Thank you guys. Yeah, it's this is one of my most recent ones, one of the first ones I really started doing glazing on to begin getting those gradients instead of harder lines. And yeah, you may look at this and think I'm better than you, but the truth is I had to start somewhere. Like, don't have any of my old models really quick and handy right now, but I didn't get this way overnight. You know, I kept painting, kept trying new things, watching YouTube tutorials, and even back in the day reading like books and whatnot that I had found, airbrushes as well. Fire God, I painted it. I did not make it. Well, I assembled it. It comes as a sprue in a box, and you clip the parts and whatnot, and this one is kind of custom because this piece, the backpack, the helmet, these little doohickeys, fancy things right in here, and this little helmet on the ground of a dead enemy, those came from different kits. So this is called a kit bash, where I take parts from multiple kits and put them together to kind of make it, it's kind of a custom model, but the majority of it is the core model, which is something that I do a lot for my Space Wolves because they are a Space Marine Legion, and Space Marines have very iconic styles, but the Space Wolves are like werewolf Vikings. So doing stuff, let me see if I can get it a little closer so you can see the helmet. Got like this neat, maybe if I tap here, will that, no, won't focus. So I got that wolf helmet or whatnot on it. But if you go to my profile, I got a bunch more photos and whatnot. Better quality photos, more close-up photos. To him, I named him Torvald. But yeah, I got a bunch more close-up stuff that I'm able to get higher detail with on it. Thank you for the follow, Fire God. Greatly, greatly appreciated. I got my Instagram and my YouTube channel linked as well. If you click, it should be like, I think it's next to the follow button. It's like, I think it shows up as an Instagram camera on my profile. Do I want to do you yet, or do I want to do you? No, I'll do the gunmetal first, because then I have to do the entirety of everything. But yeah, that definitely is something that I hear a lot, and that I've even struggled with too, Kyrie. It sometimes it doesn't matter how much you paint, just as long as you paint something. You know, even if it is difficult to get that seat down, sometimes all you got to do is sit down and paint one color. Because if you do that, you've accomplished something. And what I've found is if you do that enough times, all of a sudden you're looking at a painted model. Yes and no. My eyesight is definitely getting worse. And like back issues and whatnot, because I sit like a little fucking gremlin all hunched over and whatnot, so that gives me back and neck issues. But I've definitely, I want to say I don't know if I want to say I appreciate it more now. Yes, Lulu, I am an old man. It is known. It is known. But it's, through the years, Kyrie, it's almost turned into a coping mechanism. Or not necessarily a coping mechanism, but like a way to unwind. You know, if I've had a really long, stressful day, it's almost meditative. I can sit down and, even if it's just for 15 minutes, throw a miniature up and put some layers on. Easiest army to paint for beginners. If you're looking at Warhammer 40,000, I would recommend the Poster Boys, the Space Marines. They got some pretty flat areas on their armor that are easier to paint. It's easier to look up at lighting and whatnot. It's easier to do that on a Space Marine than other models. And I personally think they look badass. Depends on what faction of Chaos, Lulu, that you're looking at. What you're doing, there's a lot of ways to get started with painting in this hobby, and you chose, I know for a matter of fact, one of the hardest, because I wouldn't have even wanted to go as hard as you have on your first one. Because that is insane, what you're doing with your Slaanesh teams. But, yeah, Space Marines are definitely usually what I'll recommend. They are the poster child. They receive the most love from Games Workshop. They have a lot of kits, a lot of different colors and stuff. Yeah, no, never, Kyrie. I love the interaction and answering questions however I can. You know, I've gotten people into various hobbies and whatnot, and I just enjoy it so much. Being able to share this passion of mine with people. So, you know, it's Games Workshop has a website. You can just Google Games Workshop, click on Warhammer 40,000, and you should be able to scroll through the different armies. So while I do recommend Space Marines usually for beginners, in all honesty, if you just find an army that you really vibe with the look of, go with that. Because I find it's easier to paint something that you're interested in than painting something because of a task, for example. I run into that issue every now and again when I'm doing commissions, where I get really burnt out on something because I don't want to paint it, but I have to. And there is so many different armies aesthetics-wise for 40K, where you can really find all sorts of different science fiction or fantasy style armies that you're able to use or whatnot in 40K. There's so many different ones that it can fit. Like, if you like anime and you're a little bit more of a weeb, like a Gundam fan, Necrons are another easy one. You know, silver, and you can learn some bits of shading and whatnot. Death Guard, I got Death Guard. I really enjoy them. I'm still trying to figure out what color scheme I'm wanting to go with, because I was going with purple there for a little while because I thought it would be interesting to have purple Death Guard. But, yeah, it's just whatever speaks to you, man. Or person. Do not know your gender, and I try not to assume. Because that was more the California dude, like, hey, dude, yeah, how everyone's a dude. But yeah, whatever really just sticks out to you. What's that little indescribable click that you have when you start getting into the hobby of, I really like the look of this, and it just fits. Death Guard is difficult to paint. They have a lot of details, and on the Marines, in comparison to other models, there's a lot of trim. And trim can be very, very difficult to paint. It's the little bits of edging, the metal edging on the armor and whatnot with the little spikes that can look really good if you paint the flat parts one color and then do a metallic color on the the edge bits or whatnot, and then it looks fantastic, but it is a pain in the ass to paint. Because if you overlap a little, you gotta go back and retouch it up. But when it's done, it looks really good. And the more you paint, the better you're gonna get at it. You know, like I've heard some people go, if you have shaky hands, you shouldn't be painting. And I'm sitting there going, no, my hands shake like a motherfucker. But the more I paint, the more I'm able to get it set. What's up, LARPs? Oh, the Gaunt's Ghost models are beautiful. The camo cloak that they have on the sniper is... You don't even have to do anything for it. Like you just said, doing them as box, they look like they're fantastic. I know some people that got them, and they aren't even using them as Gaunt's Ghost. They're just using them as like special characters in their Imperial Guard, Astra Militarum, whatever you want to call it. And that army for them, and that's what they're just using it as. And it just looks, they're such good models. Yeah, for the shaking and whatnot, you find stuff that works. I usually have to do, like I got elbow joints, or not joints, elbow braces there. I will sit in different ways. I'm using them in kill teams. Oh yeah, that will be an awesome kill team. You can really do crazy stories with that too. Another thing that I'll try and do, Kyrie, that helps is breathing. You know, like almost like operating a firearm. Doing a nice exhale if I'm having to do something really small and really straight, and not going like this, but going more like that, using my arm, keeping my wrist locked. Because I found that more of my shaking is in my hands and wrist and not my arm. So if I keep my arm locked, that this motion is very straight. Thank you for the kissy face like, whoever that was. I don't know if you get the choice or not. But it is greatly appreciated. Enjoy, all of you. I cannot believe that I've gotten to this stage where I'm able to do live streams. Never did I once think that I would be able to do this. You know, and as quickly as I did, it's been just about a month of me starting to post stuff. I've had a TikTok for about 6 or 7 months. But I was lurking for a while there, only really liking videos and just scrolling through the For You page. I wasn't really making content or whatnot, and then I just figured, hey, what the hell, and I started giving it a shot, and I did not expect that I'd go from having like 5 followers to, what the hell do I even have now? Yeah, like showing up as 1.1k in less than a month. It's absolutely surreal, and I have all you guys to thank for that. It's amazing what can happen sometimes. There's no way I could have guessed any of it ever happening, but I'm just grateful that it's happened the way it has. It's gotten me to where I am today. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's awesome. Cake and lollipop. Yeah. I think you're the first one to send those things to me, because I'm not entirely sure what they are. I know that it's like you gotta have coins to get them or whatnot. Thank you for all the likes, everybody. All the cake. Wait. Enhance, what is this gonna do? Oh, eyes, face, smooth. Oh, it's a tip? Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. I had no idea how that works, but thank you, thank you. That is, man, just go and get me again with this. How never would I have expected anything like this happening. Well, that's fine, Kyrie. That's fine. You know, just being here, interacting with me. You know, that's what I enjoy. I enjoy sharing this stuff. You know, because I know some people that get a little elitist with a hobby and they want to be like, oh, these people, blah blah blah, and I'm just like, no, screw it. If I can play a game with somebody or talk or paint and share this, that's what it's about. It's a way to connect with people. The other thing I like about it too is that it's as much as I love games. Oh, thank you, Big Seth. That means so much to me hearing that. You know, it's just one of those things where I've always been the kind of person that's difficult to look in the mirror and say good things about myself. I got some mental illnesses and whatnot, and so just being able to hear that from it hits differently when it's difficult for me to say that to myself and believe it. So that just means the world to me, you guys. Thank you so much. I'm enjoying how much I've improved my painting since starting the Hobby Streak Challenge 100 days ago. Just like even little things now, you know, just something, any bit throughout the day. Even if it's just one color, you know, taking a half hour to put a color on something, or, you know, my girlfriend, she'll spray paint a sprue black to test out different colors to see what they're looking like with different styles and whatnot for her army, which is fantastic. You know, it doesn't matter. I firmly believe it does not matter how you paint your army, because it's your army. Now, shouldn't you serious? Shouldn't you serious? Not sure what you're asking there. But just as long as you're enjoying it, that's my belief. If you're enjoying it and putting time and effort into it, that's something you can be proud of. I say as I have difficulty taking pride in my own damn work. So yes, I need to practice what I preach a little more, and start acknowledging these things. But that's a whole nother sack of apples to unlock. But yeah, almost got the silver done, got 4 more guys, and then I just gotta hit the silver and the boots with the black contrast paint. What a contrast paint is it's pretty watered down, so it's able to run into the recesses a little better. Oh, as I pop my back. Oh, Paul, there's the backpack thing. So one of the things about getting older, you gotta work on your posture, otherwise you hurt, so I got this thing that I gotta put on. Helps bring my shoulders together and whatnot. So I put this on because I sit like a little gremlin. this. A sec, get my hair out of the way. Ah, there we go. Try to get it oriented and set. There we go. So where was that? Contrast paints. Contrast paints. Yes, so they contrast paints and washes. Those two things in and among themselves, literally just using them will make your model look better. Wash is watered down paint, and what the watering down of the paint enables it to do is it allows the paint to run into the recesses of the model. And so if you take a darker color and literally just brush your entire model with a wash, or there's even things called dip washes here, I'll show you in a second, that you just straight up dunk the model into the wash, just because science. It the pigment in the water runs into the recesses, and if it's darker, it creates a natural shading effect on a model. And then a contrast paint is it's technically a glaze, which is a thicker wash. So it's a little bit easier to move have control over the placement of the pigments, and that's how I got those gradients on the bike that I have on my profile. Because with those, oh wow, I didn't even paint your gun black. That's interesting. Let's see how well you turn out. That. There we go. You all set. Thank you for all the likes, everyone. Oh, I missed the 420. We're at 431. Shame on me for not paying attention, but I guess that's what happens when you're a mini painting TikToker. That, things tend to slip by. Alright, so next is this black glaze contrast paint. What that will do with these, again, is going to be difficult to show on live, is the boots are gray, and when I do this, it's going to make the shading black and give them an overall black look. And what they're able to do with that is it will then make them look black. Yeah, I use a combination of paints. Citadel here. It's kind of difficult to read because everything's all flipped and backwards. Citadel's Games Workshop Warhammer. That's their paint. And then these guys here, these droppers, Vallejo paint. And the only thing that really matters is to keep your paint types the same. So all of these are water-based acrylic paints. I can purchase them from any company if I like the color, so long as it's a water-based acrylic, because then all the water-based acrylics are able to work together nicely. It's like mixing an oil-based paint with a water-based acrylic is not going to work out very well. It's basically going to look like, and the only thing I can really think of is like pouring a bunch of water into mayonnaise and trying to stir it all together. It's just not going to look right. Okay, let me find... We'll use you. And then once this guy's done, they are getting... Am I doing the wash? Actually, I'm not sure. I remember if I washed these guys with black or brown. Brown. It's definitely brown. So once this is done and dry, they're going to get a nice little bath in what looks like my container of water out of a septic tank. But it is a brown dip wash. So what I'm able to do with this guy here is I'm able to take the miniature on the little nail head and just go and take a Q-tip to rub off the extra, and then that makes it so that there's some brown shading in the mini, which Well, brown is not technically a shadow, it's a darker color, and when they're mounted on a base of mostly browns and greens, they tend to, I guess you could say, work together better. They, look-wise, they complement each other more than black would. Because you're able to, your eye will naturally see the brown in the uniform and the brown on the ground, and it will correlate a little better and just end up looking better than if they were black. At least that's color theory. Get this all set. Start getting this contrast paint into place. Shake, 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 shake. It's another thing too, you want to make sure your paints are well shaken up, because if they sit still for too long, they will separate. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Pigment is heavier than water. It will sink with time. So now I take some water to bring this glaze down a little bit, because it's a little bit too heavy when it comes out of the bottle, or pot. And then what I am able to do here is take this and knock over my silver. Too many marshmallows. Welcome, welcome. Today I am painting, trying to finish up these Team Yankee Russian infantrymen. And then once I'm done with that, I'm going to be shifting into some of my Space Wolves for Warhammer 40,000. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. My goal today is I'm trying to hit 750 likes on this. We're currently sitting at 435. I broke 500 with my first live stream yesterday, so I'm trying to see if I can bust that one this time around. But yes, these are very, very little models in comparison to Warhammer 25, 28 mil. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So they are smaller, but I end up liking to look at them better than the Warhammer models because they end up going on a larger base. Thank you for the likes again, Kyrie. That is wonderful and fantastic. Oh, I can't believe that I'm actually doing this. I'm painting, streaming, and people are enjoying it. It's warms my heart. That is one army that I have stared at for years. Yeah, it's exactly what it is, Lulu. I wanted a little color shift. Palette, but I've wanted to do Tau for so long. I started a little bit there at the end of 7th edition, but it didn't go anywhere because I know that if I really make the dive into Tau that I want to, it's going to be a collection. Yeah, watching paint dry, that's pretty much the entirety of my existence here right now. I'm going through doing little bits, but yeah, if I were to start really going Tau, it would 100% be a collection. I would be making pretty much my entire own sept because everything with the Tau. Yeah, for the greater good. It's not the greater good of my wallet, though. I got the 3D printer at least, though, so there's potential for that. But I did set a New Year's resolution of ending the year with no unpainted miniatures. And considering that when I made that resolution, I didn't have a single Team Yankee model. No, that's a lie. I had 5 T-72s and 2 Hinds. I did not have any Team Yankee armies, and now I have 2. I need to try and finish my New Year's resolution before I dive into another one, because there's two Warhammer armies I've always wanted to do more collection-wise and whatnot. And that's, as hilarious as this is going to be with me being pretty much a lifetime Space Wolf player, I have always wanted to do Thousand Suns. They are one of my favorite 30k legions. How many likes do I got now? 1,000 likes? Oh my god, guys. Thank you. Welcome, Sega Dragon. But yeah, I don't even know what colors. Electrosi Bernella, I think? Hello, welcome. Oh, thank you for the rose marshmallows. Oh my gosh, guys, you are all fantastic. But man, what was I even talking about before you guys blew my brain? Tau and Thousand Suns, the two 40k armies that I've always wanted to do. I don't know color-wise what I would want to do with my Tau, but I have an airbrush, and I've gotten pretty decent with an airbrush now. And Tau are an airbrush dream. Flat surfaces, solid 90-degree angles on their stuff. And when it isn't solid 90-degree angles, it is smooth curves. Alright, Kyrie, keep an eye posted. I'll probably be doing live streams whenever I throw them up to paint. It'll be all throughout. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing and hearing from you again. Thousand Suns and only make one army. Oh. I'm gonna have to keep that pun in my back pocket. But I wanted to do blue, like the color of my eyes, blue, kind of blue, like a sapphire gray blue. I've thought that would be a beautiful Tau army, and then do like a light gray, like do I have a Dawnstone over here? But like a really light gray as the secondary accent color for the SEP symbols. I always thought that would look really neat with a purple, rich purple energy, but now I'm not entirely sure because I've seen a couple photos of armies. What's up, Mazer? Welcome to the stream. I've really wanted to do like a camo style Tau of like basically these colors, the muted khakis and greens, and not done in like a camouflage style, done in like the blocky style of the Tau. So it wouldn't be like they were camouflaged per se. Oh, I forgot to paint your boots, good sir. It means that you are now going to be getting your boots painted. But being able to do it with an airbrush will make gradients. Oh man, and I'm able to do heat bloom for the plasma and fusion rifles and whatnot. Like it, I would be able to make them look fan-frickin-tastic. Electrocity? I'm just gonna call you Alette. So, sorry, not sorry. I have issues with this language. Right now, I'm painting Team Yankee models. It's a 15mm 1/100th. What if World War III game set in 1985? So, Abrams and T-80s, Hind helicopters and Apaches and A-10s. That's the tech that the game uses, so to speak. And these are Soviet infantry for my Soviets that I'm painting. Oh, weighted companion drones. That actually seems really cool. I like that. The white. That's another one that I've like debated with the Tau is doing like a like not like a pure white, like a slightly off white. Yeah, it is a really fun game. It's actually it's made by a company called Battlefront Miniatures, based out of New Zealand, and they have a World War II game that's a little bit more popular called Flames of War, and I really enjoy the rules set for this game a lot better than the rules set for Warhammer 40,000. Because as fun as Warhammer is, it has some issues with its rules system. You know, like the whole issue of the turn one domination, so to speak. You know, whoever gets turn one, especially like with Tau getting turn one is like, aw, freaking wet dream for some players. But for any other army who doesn't get the first turn against Tau, they're just like, well, there goes a third of my army. That's kind of difficult and a little bit annoying to work around within the rules. But the way Team Yankee and Flames of War do it is the shooting system is what I've dubbed a reverse system. When you shoot at one of my units, you don't go off of your skill. You go off of my skill. And so the reason behind that is, yes, you can stand at a firing range and learn everything about your weapon and how to land the perfect shot. You can be the most trained soldier on the planet or the galaxy for Warhammer 40,000's sake. But in combat, your skill isn't measured in your shooting. It's measured in your capability to stay alive, to use the terrain, to use smoke grenades, for example, bounding maneuvers where two guys will move forward while the other two do covering fire, then the other two guys move forward doing covering fire, where a lot of the shooting that happens in combat isn't necessarily aimed. And so the way that Flames of War and Team Yankee works is it's kind of along this thought process for using World War II as an example. Any bloke can grab a machine gun, lean it up against a window to stabilize it when it fires. And who's going to be easier to, for lack of better terms, take out of the fight? The block of Soviet conscripts screaming "Oorah" and sprinting straight at you? Or the squad of German grenadiers who are going to be shooting at you in groups as they're advancing, using grenades, smoke grenades, and calling in other strikes on your position? It's going to be a lot easier to kill the guys that are just sprinting at you than it will be to take out the guys with actual training and tactics. And so that's reflected in these two games by you, when you're rolling to hit somebody, it uses 6-sided dice just like Warhammer. But instead of your hit rating being your ballistic skill, Paul's sitting right here, he heard that entire bit. Instead of using your ballistic skill like you do in Warhammer, you use your opponent's training level. So, for example, veteran German soldiers are hit on your base modifier is a 4+. So in order for me to shoot the Germans coming up the table, my base to hit is a 4. Those Soviet conscripts, they're a 3. So your base to hit is now a 3+. And then what happens is you begin taking modifiers into effect. If your target is more than 16 inches away, that's called long range, and you have to add 1 to the throw. So your veteran Germans at long range that are using tactics properly to advance and hop and cover each other and whatnot, I now need to roll a 5 to hit them. And if they're inside a building, for example, they're concealed. So they get +1. I have to take a +1 to hit against the Germans in a building. So now that 4 saying that they're at long range, the 4 becomes a 5, and then if they're inside the building, that 5 becomes a 6. And then if a unit doesn't move and doesn't shoot, it gains gone to ground. And if you are gone to ground as well as concealed, you have to have both at the same time. So the perfect example is someone inside a building that hasn't done anything attacks another +1 on. And at the beginning of the game, all teams are considered gone to ground. So what can happen is, in the game of 40K, you take the first turn, Tower, Space Marines, or whatnot, you're hitting on your 3s, wounding on your 4s or 2s, and then they're getting their armor saves. But odds are you're going to be making a lot of hits and doing a lot of damage. Team Yankee, for me to try and take my opponent's Tigers out of the game first thing, if he deploys them in terrain, I'm usually going to be needing to roll a 7. And so just by pure statistics, with that rules set, not only does it make, in my opinion, a slightly more realistic interpretation of combat on a table, it also completely eliminates the turn 1 swing that happens in Warhammer 40,000 games. Where I can have an all-shooting based army, well, you will, because it's, it's based off of World War II and or World War III. You weren't having officers running around with chain swords or whatnot. Well, there was that one crazy English bloke that ran around with a literal claymore and a bow and arrow, but that is not the norm like you find in 40K with like entire groups of superhumans wielding chain swords running into combat. It negates that turn 1 flip, because odds are you're not going to roll a 7. And the way that you roll a 7 on a 6-sided dice, for those of you that aren't familiar with it, you have to roll a 6, then re-roll it, and you need to roll a 5 or a 6. So, extremely, extremely difficult. And just with those shooting rules in place, that turn 1 advantage that you find in 40K that is so pivotal and so sought after, doesn't exist in Flames of War Team Yankee, just because of how shooting works. And that's just the shooting for Flames of War and Team Yankee in comparison to 40K. There's some other differences with it as well that I like better, but that's the majority of it, of why I enjoy it. I like that. I like that model and that rule set more for a game for shooting. I like having the modifier determined by your opponent's skill level. I like that more than having your flat one. And again, don't get me wrong, I love 40K. Oh yeah, no problem, Lex. No problem, Military. I'm now that I'm able to, because I hit the 1K followers. I'll be streaming a bit, so you can always come by. I mainly do this or Warhammer painting, so I look forward to seeing you again. All right. Thank you. Man, you guys blew me out of the water. Trying to get over 750 likes as a goal, and you guys got me at 1.1K right now. I can't believe that. So unreal. But thank you so much. So we are almost done with our black glaze on these guys. Only got 3 more, and then once that is done, I'm going to be doing the dip washing and the cleaning of the dip wash next. And then once that is done, they're going to be glued onto their bases. Bye-bye. They're going to be glued onto their bases, and then the bases are going to get textured with Vallejo texture paint that I use. And then once that's dry, that unfortunately is the longest. The mounting on the base and the painting and texturing the base takes the longest, because I usually want it to sit for 24 hours so that it has enough time to dry and cure, so that I don't go to paint and end up having, oh, and forgot to paint your boots too. So I'm gonna slap these guys on here. Get you all set. Boots and boots. Oh wow, and I even missed your entrenching tool handle. Oh wow. I really didn't like it. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm just doing the best of my abilities. I'm painting Team Yankee right now, which is a 1985 World War III game. So the game's taking place in 1985 with the entire premise of the Soviets invade Europe. So it's using Abrams and A-10 Warthogs, T-72s, T-80s, Heinz, in comparison to like World War II or whatnot, because there's a lot of World War II games out there. Just gotta wait for your shoes. Welcome, Shoreline Mafia. This guy goes. Let him dry. Take a quick break to use the restroom. So I will be right back, everybody. Alright. Here. Gotta get Addison tonight. Oh, I froze. No, it should be back now, because I swapped. Yeah. Yeah, when I opened everything up. There we go. I was clearing all the notifications on my phone. Because I had, like, a bunch of stuff. Drop Chop. Joseph Dulabik. Welcome to the stream. wait, shit. I was waiting for the one guard to dry. He wasn't entirely ready. Oh, not much, not much. Just doing some painting. Finally hit the 1K mark. About a half week ago. But I think TikTok thought that I was under 16 years old, so they weren't letting me go live. But I got that resolved because I'm pretty sure my hairline's been receding for about 16 years. So that's probably the only part of me that is around 16 years old. But yeah, doing some Team Yankee painting, trying to get these guys mounted on their bases so that can start drying. And I can start working on some of the 40K stuff I got. Got any questions, let me know. I may not know much, but I can point you in a direction usually, if I can't answer it myself. Just gonna do some clean. The glass jar. This is my dip wash, my brown dip wash. I have a brown dip wash and a black dip wash. Midwinter Minis on YouTube, if you've heard of him or not. If you haven't heard of him, go check him out. Give him a subscribe, and he will greatly appreciate it. But he has some fantastic miniature stuff on there. One of those being dip wash. And so if you're familiar with miniature painting, you know what a wash is. If you aren't, it's a watered down paint that you're able to apply to a model, and because of how water works, the paint settles in the recesses of the model. And when I have a game, Team Yankee, where this is half of a unit of Russian infantry, so I literally have hundreds of these guys, the dip wash becomes handy because I'm able to give this guy a shake. That is a combination of acrylic ink, distilled water, matte medium, and just a little tiny squirt of Dawn dish soap. I get a wash. There we go. It was hissing at me for a minute there. That I'm able to apply and wash a unit about 2 to 3 times as quick. Yes, the wash is angry. Lizzie Gardiner, welcome, welcome. But this makes it so that I'm able to take Q-tips and the infantry guys, and all I do is dunk them in and then wipe off the excess with a Q-tip, and ta-da, model's washed. So let me get these guys set. But yeah, it makes it a lot easier for like my characters for 40K or someone that I'm doing like a very high level of detail on. I still will do brush applied washes. I still have like GW brush applied washes, like there's my Known Oil, my Agrax Earthshade. So I will still brush washes on, but for the batch ones, I find the dip wash. Not as long as I thought it would be. You know, they're usually done for... I haven't done batch painting GW models with it. I've only done batch painting for infantry of this size and armor, tanks of this size. And usually in about hour to 90 minutes, they're completely dry. So pretty quick. But I'm not sure how that does on like a Space Marine, for example. Not entirely sure about that. And then the other thing that I have with it is I have my box of shake. And so what will happen is I will first reaffix and make sure that the sticky tack is on here solidly. Knights, XFS Knights, thank you for joining. Welcome to the hobby stream. Getting ready to dip wash a bunch of my Russians right now. And so what will happen is I'll just take them, dunk them in, give them a good little shake here. Thank you for all the likes, everybody. And then I put them into here and go spin, 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 and that spins off a bunch of the extra. And then I'm able to take a look at it under my light here to see if it's pooling anywhere really badly. Hello, King, JCM King Yeet, welcome back. And in any places that it is pooling too thickly, I'm able to clean that with the Q-tip, like so, and voila, fully washed miniature. And in that time, I would have probably been just finishing. Because once you get into a routine with it, it becomes very, very quick. And so when you're doing a large batch painting project, or just need it to be done and you don't need the full touch. Thank you for the likes, everybody. And you don't need the little touch, the fine touch that you're able to get with the brush. The dip wash comes very much in handy. But yeah, Midwinter Minis, I use his, I guess you could say, formula for it. His mix, I found, is the one that I guess I shouldn't even say that much. It's the only one I've ever fucking tried. So I can't even really compare it to anything outside of like GW paints, but God, I'm not going to buy enough Nuln oil to make a dip wash of pure Nuln oil. Because that just sounds like more money than sense. While I may not have that many cents, I like to think I have a little bit more sense, but this language is stupid and too many words sound like it like. Shake, shake, shake. Spin, spin, spin. And Peter Griffin. Dip, 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 dip. And dunk, dunk, dunk. Shake, shake, shake. Spin, spin, spin. Welcome, Matt Mo 1968. Hope you enjoy what you're seeing so far. Tap that screen, throw a like my way. Greatly appreciated. You can always check out my channel as well, or my page. I don't even know. Yes, Brain Go Burr. Monkey Brain Go Burr. Like so you can see whenever I go live. Because I finally got it solved. TikTok thought that I was under the age of 16. And to repeat my running joke, I'm pretty sure my hairline's been receding for about that long now. But when that got sorted out, made it so that I am now able to do my hobby streak live for you guys, so you can see me doing it. I'm currently on day 135 of a hobby streak. 135 days of doing something hobby related, no matter how small. Even if it's just putting one layer onto something, that's still something getting done. I made a New Year's resolution this year to not end the year with any unpainted miniatures. A high task indeed, considering that I didn't have Team Yankee armies at the beginning of this year, and I got them in the middle of the year before I had even finished painting stuff. Biden's feet fetish. That certainly is a username. Welcome. But yeah, slay the gray, or black, or brown, or red, or green, because paint comes in a lot of models come in a lot of different colors now. as I was saying, doesn't matter how much you do or how little. Some days I'll be super, super motivated and paint an insane amount of stuff, get a whole bunch knocked out. And then other days, it's a struggle to even get me to sit down and pick up the paintbrush. Swerving dog, welcome, welcome. But so, the most important thing is just something, you know. Like one of the days a while back, I was painting a whole bunch of my Soviets for World War II, and I was really struggling to motivate myself to paint them. I just decided I'm going to do one thing a day, no matter what it is. Welcome, welcome everybody. A bunch of those names just flashed a little bit too quickly for me to see. But what I was able to do with, mentally at least to make it, was something as simple as one day I only painted their helmets. Another day, I only painted the tan on their uniforms. Another day, I only touched like the 2 or 3 wooden things on them. You know, to paint an army, you can if you want to. You can sit down and blast through an entire army doing nothing but painting for 2 or 3 days. I've done that. Instead of I've done that. Sometimes I've had fun, other times I haven't. And I've found that this system works pretty well. Another thing I've found that works really well is doing models in batches. You know, like if you guys go to my profile and look at one of my first videos I posted, that is my pile for this year. Of that pile, I've completed probably about a third of it. All my Flames of War stuff is now painted. So that alone is a success. But, if I look at that entire pile and say, I have to paint all of this, and focus on that as the target of the goal, daily, what can I do today to knock this out? I wouldn't ever fucking start. Or no, I shouldn't say I wouldn't start. I'd probably paint like 1 or 2 units and then be like, oh, what's the point? You know, I'd overwhelm myself. I'd make an unrealistic goal. And so what I did with this instead was I took like 2 days of focus of inventory, everything I had. This is what I'm going to try and paint by the end of the year. And then I take it in chunks. So, like, for example, this week's painting chunk has been this batch of Soviet infantry. So if you were to look at this, look at the course of what I've painted so far this month and put it all out on a table in front, it'd be like, God, how could I have painted that much? And the secret is, it's just mind games. I look at that and say, there's no way I can paint all of that. Okay, yeah, you're right, there's no way I can paint all of that. But I can paint this over the course of 5 or 6 days. I can turn these guys from unpainted, hell, they were even a box at the beginning of this week, I think, into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. I'll be able to turn them into 5 of these by the end of the week because I'm just looking at a small chunk. And so long as it's a small chunk, it makes it a little bit easier to wrap around. Kind of like the idea that sometimes when you're in a bad mental health spot or really like spotty in the head, you're getting overwhelmed looking at stuff. Sometimes all you can do and all you need to do is just look at what you can do today. One of the first jobs I ever had was I worked, when I was in high school, I worked at a Steak and Shake, like a 1950s style diner joint here in America. And one of the days we had a very, very large drive-through rush where a whole bunch of shakes got ordered. And what I found out had happened was I was looking at the screen, shake orders kept coming up, shake orders kept coming up, shake orders kept coming up, and I was like, wow, the screen's full. And my manager just kind of chuckled and pressed a button on what I now realized was a second screen that I'd never even seen before because I'd never seen it turned on. And that screen burst up to life and the orders kept going. And so I'm sitting there going, oh my God, how am I going to get all this done? How am I going to get all this done? And that's where I learned it. Take it at one chunk. For the shake, it was whatever's the upper left corner of the screen, That's the one that's most important. Get that one taken care of. Who cares about what's going on down here? Just work on this one. And then just slowly keeping your focus on one thing at a time. Still being cognizant of everything that's going to happen. You have all these orders that you're having to do, but still just knocking them out one thing at a time. All of a sudden, you're done. All of a sudden, you have a fully, in this instance with the hobby, all of a sudden you have a fully painted army. I'm going to take off my back harness, because that's been on long enough. But that's my big secret. A lot of people will ask me, like, how do you paint as much as you paint? You know, because in my local part of Chicagoland, where I game, people always ask me that, because I was that guy that always had the majority of his stuff painted. Very rarely did I buy stuff and just leave it in a box, or assemble it and leave it at that. Very rarely did that happen. And so I'd have people ask me, like, how the hell do you motivate yourself to a place of being able to paint 2,000, 3,000 points of a Warhammer army? And that was what I always told them. I said, because I don't look at 2,000, 3,000 points, I look at one unit at a time. And if I can finish that unit, and that's all I look at, I'm able to finish that unit. But that was the big secret. And I got a very large Flames of War and Team Yankee collection. God, that's a bad sweat. Very large Team Yankee and Flames of War collection that I have 100%. Well, not 100%. Mostly finished. I'm just working on all this Soviet infantry now for my Soviets. But my Americans are done. My Soviet armor vehicles, those are all done. My World War II Soviets, World War II Germans, and World War II Americans are all done. If you guys click me and go look over at my profile, I got a bunch of videos on some of the showcases for those armies, so that you guys can see kind of what I'm talking about. Where if you look at my German army, I think you might have to scroll like once or something. It was a relatively recent TikTok that I put up. You look at that on the table, it's like, oh my god, that is massive. And I painted it the same way I collected it. One little chunk at a time, over one little chunk over a long period of time. Buying a unit here, painting a unit here, buying a unit there, painting a unit there. And then when I was all done, I had a fully painted army. I still have to decal it, and that's like the last step with Flames of War that makes it like somewhat difficult to be like, oh god, I gotta decal it. Because I personally do not like decaling, but I recognize how it completes an army. It's like the final icing on the cake. But yeah, that's my big secret. So, with these guys washed, I don't want to be touching them too much, gluing them onto their bases. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift their position so that I can clear up some spot for painting my Space Wolf that I got here. So I'll get my block out of the way. And start setting up for airbrushing. Am I going to be hitting? Thank you for the follow, Chanster. Thank you everybody for joining. Welcome to the painting. Shifting into Warhammer 40,000 now. I got need to figure out how the heck I'm going to keep this guy here attached, because my little toothpick that I had glued to him snapped off. So you guys already blew my goal out of the water today for likes. This is my second painting stream, and my goal was 750, and you guys already got me at 1.3 thousand or 1.3k. So let's keep that train going. See how high we can get this today. And yeah, I'll keep painting, keep slaying this gray. It's need to figure out how I'm gonna re-glue this guy so that I have a solid attachment for him for airbrushing. But for any of those familiar, as I drop them, I'm using the, let's see if I can get my light set up. So I'm using the Crom Dragon Gaze Wolflord model for my Wolflord, because it's going to be a partial kit bash again, similar to my Primaris Wolf Priest on a bike. If you guys are interested in seeing that, click up on my profile or whatnot. I think that's how you would do it, clicking this little thing up here. And you'll be able to see some of my more recent videos where I've showcased how I painted that and whatnot. And if you are familiar with the hobby and the kits, you'll be able to see how I kit bashed it. But so, got Crom Dragon Gaze's body here, which is very dynamic, wide open pose, which I absolutely love. And then what he is going to be put to is a Thunderhammer Storm Shield, Wolflord on a Thunderwolf. And I say quotation marks for on because the wolf is going to be standing on the base, jumping at somebody, with him standing off to the side, fighting side by side with the wolf instead of riding it like a damn horse. Because I like that aesthetic a little bit more. Like I have a bunch of Thunderwolf cavalry for my Space Wolves, and I do have a bunch riding them, but I really enjoy the as I drop everything like a klutz because nothing's glued. Basically, this aesthetic, standing side by side, ready to fight. I think it makes a much more dynamic story with the base than, oh look, I'm a Space Marine riding a wolf like a pony, which again is cool, but that's the end goal. For the bits that I have with it, the wolf is obviously Spare Thunder Wolf, partying to no end. Thank you for joining us today. For Thunderhammer and Storm Shield on this, I taken advantage of the fantastic Wolfen kit that GW put out. I'm not a fan of the models. I love the weapons. I love the shields. So with a little bit of clipping, green stuff, and positioning, they're able to be used as large-scale stuff for models like this. Then I got the terrain piece here, because he has a little terrain bit that he's stepping on here, the character rock, so to speak. And then for the helmet, which is going to be difficult to see here, I'll be posting more close-ups the more and more I work on it, is actually the helmet from the Primaris Chaplain, that skull helmet. And I got a little tuft of hair coming off the side. Dude's Other Human, welcome, welcome, welcome. Clausen, thank you for the follow. Thank you. This content is what I put out, hobbying and whatnot. Tips, tricks, advice, help, whatever it is you're looking for, ask and I'll do what I can to help or send you in the right direction. Now, for the sake of my eyes, we're going to lower this guy. Brushes I use for anyone interested. These are absolutely wonderful. Squidmark Miniatures on YouTube did a combo piece with Kolinsky Sable paintbrushes, if you're familiar with those German brushes, where he tested multiple variations and whatnot of their brushes and picked what he thought was best. And I trust him, seeing as I'm pretty sure he's won a couple Golden Demons, and he's a very, very talented miniature painter. So I got these. They're fantastic. They're a little bit more pricey. For 6 of them, it was around $200 US. I managed to finagle it with a birthday present, where my parents were able to throw a little bit of money at me, so I didn't have to pay the full $200. So it was nice getting some nice support from them on the hobby too, because this is, while it is becoming more mainstream, the hobby is not 100% accepted in every single field so far. But the other neat thing is they came with this kick-ass container. And so what I'm able to do when I'm not using them, seal them up for protection, and store them upside down with
And then there's an
the
ad, so-
brush heads pointing down. So that way, if there's any paint somehow left after I'm done cleaning them. Welcome, Ryan Skymean. Thank you for the like, Paul. Greatly appreciated. Of a haha. Paul's sitting right over there.
We just figured out how to do that, okay?
So now you're just going to sit there for the next hour and get me to 2,000, right?
I could, yeah. I could literally just do that.
Paid to do that.
Welcome, Satchel Billy. How would you describe yourself and things you're passionate about to someone who doesn't know you? Well, I think first things first, I'm a historian and an artist. And so those kind of coincided with my miniature painting and whatnot. And I've always been a avid reader of sci-fi and fantasy, and that kind of coincided with Warhammer. So it kind of just brought everything together. So I really enjoy the painting. It's very soothing for me, almost therapeutic and meditative. It's something. It's one of my unwinding things I'll do. You know, I have a long day at work or something, or a real stressful day for any reason or whatnot. I'm able to sit down and paint for, even if it's just for 20 minutes, and I force myself to cycle breathe, like with breathing exercises and whatnot, because it helps stabilize my hands, because my hands do shake. It's almost like a mental cigarette break at times, where I'm able to just, at least now, live stream, be able to share this with you guys. Before then, I would just put in my earphones, put in some music, and take a brush and put a brush to a model. And then the benefit of that, when it's done, I get that dopamine rush from completing something. Get that up in my head. Santana Jade, do I support the new Texas abortion law? I do not live in Texas, and I do not know enough about the law to say yay or nay either way. The Hood Senpai joined. I like that. That's a sweet username, man. Welcome. Someone who doesn't know. Yeah, I guess that's really it. I'm a lover of science fiction, fantasy, all nerd stuff. I'm an artist, so I was able to dive into the painting, and I'm a historian. I'm a museum curator as well, so I was able to. Everything just kind of combines in with this. Welcome, Ryan. It's always weird whenever someone with the name Ryan joins, because that's the name of my brother, so I always feel like I'm talking to him. I guess that's what I get for having a brother with a common name. Let's see if I'm going to glue you there. So what I'm doing right now is I'm prepping this model that I was showing off a little earlier, of prepping it for airbrushing. Because what I've done so far, which I'm not entirely sure how well it will show up on live, is I did a top-down and targeted spraying of white over a black base coat. I tend to base coat everything black because then that gives me deep recess shading, even on a brighter model like Space Wolf, who have more of like a light blue-gray coloration. And so then what this enables me to do with the airbrush is I can take a watered-down color of, say for example here, rust gray, which is going to be my mid-tone. If I apply it lightly enough that the white and the black shows through, it creates a natural gradient. It's kind of like a cheater way to achieve what I'm looking for. And then I'm able to go back in with the extreme ends of the color of a darker blue-gray and then a much lighter blue-gray to pull and lengthen the contrast. And then I'm able to take glazes and washes to smooth those contrasts over so it doesn't look like blocked bar lines of color. I'm just trying to figure out here if the camera is in a decent spot that won't end up blasting it with my airbrush. just shift my camera. But hope that answered your question there, Psycho Billy. Here, Paul gonna shift some of this stuff. I'm trying to get the camera back into the shot. So I'm gonna be airbrushing. I don't want to blast. So, let's see if I can get this set. There we go. Now you guys can really see the forehead. Courtesy of my mother's genetics. Much better. Getting this shot of my balding spot, in here, just getting those. So I use a Neo Iwata airbrush. It's a fantastic airbrush for starting out. So I'm still relatively new with the airbrush, but it's been very nice, very helpful. And really just speeding up the painting process and adding a layer of realism and detail to the models as well, because the way that we make these little models who look so good is by we over embellish the contrast between light and dark. And so, like, for example, actually I can do this perfectly with my shirt if I can get it folded right kind of over itself. Let's see if I can that maybe. Okay, yeah, so you can see in here, over in this corner, right underneath my delicious, oh man, I shouldn't say delicious, underneath my armpit here with these. So, or here, we'll just go up here because this is here. Right along this edge, if you look real closely, that's actually white. We're perceiving that as white. And then the shadow on the underside here is black. And then the gradient, we'll leave this up here, gradient that happens in here, my finger sort of isn't shown as much. And then in addition with the source lighting from the light, you see the gradient going this way with the shading in here. When you're painting a miniature, what you're, especially in the 40K style of painting, even if it's grimdark style, you're going for over-embellishing the contrast between light and dark, making the light that much lighter and the dark that much darker. Because what that does on a small miniature, even one of this size, is that makes it that much more three-dimensional. And when painting something like this, the goal usually tends to be trying to make it pop. And that's how I've found, and read a bunch of stuff on other people and what they're saying. That's what I found makes it pop.
Awesome.
So what I'm doing here is I am applying super loose blonde. Get this without moving my fingers together. Got open. So I'm putting a dab of super glue on this flat tooth right here. I think I am. There we go. Ooh, that was what. Okay. So then what I'm going to do now is dollop that super glue on. Get super glue on my finger because it's not painting or miniature assembly without super gluing your fingers together. And then I'm going to take it and glue it on a place that the sun don't shine on him, in this instance the bottom of his foot. So now I have a way to hold miniature for airbrushing and other brushing in a way that makes it so that I'm not touching it. And there's other ways to do it, like this, where I have a cork and a paper clip that I cut. But I am not that big a fan of this because he's able to spin fork, so I'm just gonna really just use it like this and have this almost as a stand for me to mount him when he's needing to dry. But for airbrushing and whatnot, this is what I find to be the best way. There's other ways as well that I've seen where people will have, I've seen Games Workshop has like this almost little clamp thing that you're able to do. I've seen other people 3D print stuff of similar manner, clamp thing. Another way is like this mini. I have them sticky tacked to one of these, so I just got to be careful not to brush them too hard, otherwise he's going to move and pop off. But if I would get to that stage, it'd be dry brushing, and if I'm dry brushing something, I usually try to have it mounted on the base by the time it's ready for a dry brush. This is a D&D figure from Magic the Gathering, from their Cauldron expansion. Alduin, the God of Knowledge, is basically a Magic the Gathering version of Odin, because Cauldron was based in Norse mythology. So I'm going to attempt to clean up this super glue burst. This, grab some new paper towel. Cosmic Medley. Thank you for joining. Remember, guys, be sure to like. Give that a like as well. Follow. I'm still with this TikTok thing. I don't know the lingo or terminology. So for my airbrush, I keep it on 20. Yeah, I keep it at about a 20 psi. I find that I've found that that's kind of the happy middle ground. My stuff. Just a little bit of oil. The other big thing if you're looking at getting into the airbrushing is dual action trigger. That's, in my opinion, one of the most important things. Dual action being you're able to control the airflow and the paint flow. Welcome fam GG. And so this guy's a dual action because when I push down, it pushes air out. And the harder I push down, the more air is getting pushed out of the nozzle. But as long as I don't pull it back, no paint will be coming out. So even though this isn't full paint right now, it's got some water in it. There's no water coming out of it right now because I have not engaged the second half of the dual trigger mechanism, which is in this guy pulling the little trigger back like that, which opens up the. It's not going to show very well because air's not coming through. But this opened up pulled the needle back and opened up the hopper so that whatever you have in the hopper is able to flow through. And so what that dual action allows you to do is basically control the pressure and the speed at which the paint comes out, which is something that is very necessary because every single paint's different. Every single paint viscosity, and between the different companies as well, they're all different. And so when you're able to control that, you're able to control your middle ground, being able to find at exactly the right level at which your paint is able to apply. So another thing I use here is this is Flow Improver, the Lego Flow Improver. You can literally just Google that, and Airbrush Flow Improver. So I'll do a drop or two of that. And what I'm doing here when I push my finger against it and fully activate the brush, I forget what it's called, but what's essentially happening is the paint is beginning to flow in, but because the nozzle is blocked, it bubbles up inside, so it's a way to mix it without having to mix it. I got the prover in there right now with a little touch of distilled water, so like this, it's just causing it to kind of almost mimic a rolling boil on a pot without the heat. I keep the back end off of it. It has like a little cap. You actually have it here. Right here. Snowy tube, welcome, welcome. So this is the back cap. I keep it off because I end up adjusting this, and it makes it so that I can remove the needle or pull the needle back if there's a fault. And it's easier than just taking it on. So I take my paint, which I'm using Citadel Rust Gray with the air, which I actually just remembered because I haven't used Citadel paints in a while. They need to be thin, need the air ones a little bit. 2 drops of airbrush flow improver. Back myself up a little. And then the other thing that I did to assist with the airbrushing is for anything that I'd be putting through an airbrush, I got rid of the pots. I transferred them into droppers because this is a lot easier to maintain and control with your spraying than the doggo over there. She's not great. I'm not sure any of you guys you will. Because this makes it a hell of a lot easier to control the amount of paint that you're putting in. So, giving it a good shake. I have a little clip of plastic sprue in here to act as an agitator, so when I shake it up, it's got a little plastic sprue going through. It does the same thing as how some paints have a, for example, over here, do not. Some paints will have a little ball bearing in there to agitate it as it spins. So, yeah. It's difficult to give an exact consistency of what you're looking for with the paint. Usually what I try to do is going to sound.
Alright, thank you for calling support. My name is
and
Paul. May I
Paul
start
just
this
got
call by
called.
getting your phone number?
2 of my roommates work from home in tech support, so apologies if that's going on in the background. But I will try to do a
Have you contacted us before or no?
It's like milk. Like melted ice cream. Should be liquidy, but still crisp with the color.
Alright, and this
So
is
whatever
in
we do
regards to
here.
the LRC 100, isn't it?
It's backloaded, so it gets a nice little stir.
Alright,
I'll just find the tips handy. Whenever using an airbrush, and then use my 2 to clean up the top of the hopper so the paint doesn't get drying on it. And then I'm able to
that depends.
begin spraying onto, I do a paper towel at first to make sure that the mix is right. So what I'm going to do is sit here, find my little browns, flow around, go backload it. We got it coming out nice, nice. So hopefully I'm getting there now is what I'm looking for.
Almost looks like you guys look at everything.
Take my bit here. And shows we can angle this better. Because I'm going this far down so you guys can see without me else.
Okay. And I think we've already opened the app, we've made an account or signed into one of our existing
Well,
accounts.
either way.
And gone through at least the first starting steps. Okay.
So when I find that middle ground, the dual action trigger allows you to do. It enables
Okay.
you.
What's the step previous that you're getting stuck on?
There you go. Let's see. I'll post videos and photos afterwards, but it enables you to have the white and the black showing. So it gets a natural gradient started as a base level natural gradient. is.
Yep, so we'll go into the Wi-Fi settings of your phone and then we will connect it to the camera's Wi-Fi network. Go into your list of available Wi-Fi settings and there should be an AMPS network, an AMP Apollo network. Have you hit the setup button for about 5-6 seconds?
Just begin slightly taking off the fastest.
Okay, go ahead and connect to it. Yep. Right, that's part of the setup process. Once you're connected to the camera, you go back into the app.
If you're doing it right enough, you'll be able to hit every single one. Painting up my my kit bashed roll forward for my space moves. A little bit heavy. So long as you're doing it nice and light, sometimes you're gonna go further. Clear it out.
Yes, your Wi-Fi network. Preferably the 2.4 if you can see both.
GW paint is not very airbrush friendly, but I like to try to make do with what I got.
Okay, we'll go ahead and connect to your storage bin.
Joining us, Big Data King. This one is difficult to see right now. Be sure to give me a follow and like the video, check out my channel profile, because I'll have more detailed shots. So you guys can get a much closer view of what I'm talking about. Favorite representation of my army? What do you mean by that, Blue? Not sure I follow. Literal weave. Like I could use a hammer like this.
Alright, so we
Favorite
selected your
representation.
home network.
Oak
and
screen
then
media
we've,
pictures.
It says it's connected.
It's a touchy one, especially with Warhammer Plus launching.
Alright, so we'll go
I
ahead
have
and
yet
leave it
to
there.
find really good video representation with 40K. Like we had Astartes there for a while, but GW sucked them up. So intense focus happens as I'm returning something back. The books. Definitely the best representation I've seen is the books.
How far
It's
away
big
from
pictures
the
and whatnot,
router
but
is the camera?
They say pictures not house photos, but I like the story picture.
Okay, so there's no reason that it should.
The Horse Heresy series
Let's
is
see.
fantastic.
Phones,
Love it.
just found
Very, very large. Very, very daunting to get into.
Did you reset the camera
I
today? or no?
personally have
Or
not read
is that-
close to it.
Let's go ahead and at least give it a shot.
Decided that I was going to start reading it one day. I just picked up on something
We'll
interesting.
need a paper clip or a small tool, and while it's plugged in, we're going to press and hold the reset button for about 45 seconds.
BJ Beer. Thank you for joining. And remember, guys, be sure to like this live stream. Helps me out greatly. And if you aren't already following my channel, be sure to follow my channel because I do a lot of posts there, daily posts on Hobby Day, straight day 135, which 35 days of doing something hobby
As long as
related.
it can get into the reset
Bit at a day, one day at a time, even if it is just literally painting a bunch of little puppets on a guy head there. I'm trying to be a little bit more quiet for Paul, and I got the camera back a little more as he's right now. So once he's out, I'll be able to talk a little louder.
I'll set my timer.
So what I'm about to do next, right now, is a
45
it's called
seconds.
top-down highlight. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but essentially what
We got the timer
do
going,
is
so let's see when we can hit the button.
lighter color, like this Federation gray, which is lighter than the rust gray that I was just using. Mix up a little bit in the brush, and I will literally just spray from the top down. It's a very quick, very natural way to attain a gradient in eye. Thank you for the likes, Lulu. Much love.
Alright, we can go ahead and pull that button.
That's the beat that
And
sucks.
the next thing to do would be to unplug the camera, wait about 10 seconds, and then put it back.
A bit too much volume in there, so I'm taking suck up some of that water.
Yep, we can go ahead and plug that back in. Alright. So we'll go ahead and hit the try again button on the app.
Yathalpi, Ythalpi, Thump with Wives. Thank you for joining. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in chat. I'll answer the rest of my abilities or send you in the right direction. Airbrushing some space moves right now. Just take it, position it, angle it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Reset the instance for the app.
Maybe it's difficult to see on the live stream. Be sure to like my profile. Throw me a follow. It's not like it's follow. Throw me a follow, and you'll be able to see this guy. All of his glory come together at a time. I do need to figure out how I'm doing this cloak. Because red's usually the go-to. I've got a bunch of red already. My focus priest already has gray. Before you ask Lulu, no,
Yes.
no, I'm not doing yellow. we go. Nice gradient achieved on the shield. Now, time to return the paint.
We are right next to the router, yeah. Okay.
And now this should have been enough time for the Team Yankee miniatures, which I dip washed a little while
Go ahead
ago.
and give it a bit.
Have dried enough for me to begin gluing them to their bases.
But we're connected. We selected the auto number, so
There we go. Keep them shut.
is there a next button?
Sahalia plays. Sahalian plays.
What are the options that we do
Welcome.
get?
Welcome. And thank you for joining us today.
Well, let's go ahead and get that. Okay.
And now, the event of me cleaning the airbrush. Nice soup. Welcome back, Cosmic Melody. Did some painting, some airbrushing of the Space Wolf. Rotating back to Team Yankee now because that dip wash is dried finally. Or it should have this time. Just cleaning out the airbrush. Got any questions, let me know. Maybe be a little bit more quiet. Paul.
Go ahead and connect back to your regular Wi-Fi network. Because, we should have been at the step where it said to disconnect and connect to the Apollo network, right?
Yeah,
Sorry, say that again. It sounded. Oh.
I'm having to be quiet, and I had to set the camera up a little further back because I didn't want airbrush into it.
Yep, we're going to your regular Wi-Fi network. Okay, go ahead and go back into the Apollo app. Yep.
Final step is I take some of this airbrush cleaner. How long does it usually take to fully paint one of those? It depends on, for me it depends on the skill, or not the skill, the level that I'm painting it to. Something like that big dude on the bike that you can see on my profile, that took me a couple days. If I go a little bit slower, or if I go a little bit quicker and not having to do as many details and as many touch-ups, I could probably knock out 10 Space Marines in a day. If like I spend 7 hours painting. But the Team Yankee and Flames of War stuff goes even quicker because I don't need as many details.
If there is to pick the 2.4, right?
So anywhere from 1 day to a full week, depending on how much or how high of a detail I go into with them.
Okay.
902 Caper,
Yep.
thank you for joining. I'm just cleaning out the airbrush right now.
Right, that should just indicate that it's in that it's broadcasting
cleaner
its
is,
little Wi-Fi network, so that you can connect to
the
it and tell
more
it what
future me is
network to
okay with
connect
it.
to.
Or the less troubles future me has. So should be be able to run this last bit through. I definitely am a faster painter. When I was really doing commission paintings, what'd you send? Did you send a crab or a squid? I'll have to replace it so I can see it closer. But yeah, my claim to fame from my commission painting days was I could do a box of Space Marines. Octopus. Goaty Bryson, welcome. But my claim to fame when I was doing commission painting was if you gave me a box of Space Marines before noon, I would get it back to you before midnight. Fully painted, based, everything. And decently painted too, not just one coat. I'm talking base coat, wash, some layering, a little bit of dry brush, and some work on the base, and I could knock that out in a solid 6-7 hours. Not sure I'm that fast anymore because that was probably almost 8-9 years ago by now. I'm getting a little slower. In reality, it takes as long as the amount of effort you want to put into it. Oh boy, hello. The length of time it takes is how much effort you're willing to put into it. If you're willing to put a lot more in, it's going to take longer. Because another thing I've found with the miniatures and painting, doing this for as long as I've done it, is... oh wow, that's where it is. Sorry, give me just a second. Go. I can always go back to a model and spend 3 more hours on it, touching stuff up, lengthening those highlights even more. There's always the chance for that. The difficulty, or at least I find, with that is knowing when to stop and call it done, especially on a much higher level of painting when you're wanting to really take it to town, so to speak. So what I'm going to have going on here...
camera by chance?
How far in can I go? Here? Okay, that's okay.
Did
I'm going to be gluing.
Did they have it set up previously?
All of these guys who are separated into their groups of 4, going to be gluing them into place on their base. Because even though this only has 3, this is the end result. When they're fully based and everything. And this is the longest part because this texture that you're able to see on there is texture paint. And that takes, I'm not entirely sure how long it takes. I usually try to give it overnight. But, come on guys, I'm loving this. Keep hitting me with questions. Even if I am a bit of a himbo and
most
I
of the
have to
time
have
the
them
cameras
re-explained
just,
to me in a
they
way.
either work or they don't. And from what
Still really enjoy
from what we did last time,
throwing out answers here and there when I can.
you guys did cover it
My
pretty
favorite
thoroughly.
model.
And then with the
Oh,
new
boy.
phone and everything, there's no reason why it shouldn't.
Welcome back, Cody
why
Bryan.
It shouldn't work. So. Yep. That should mean that it's trying to connect, and for
favorite
whatever reason
model
it's
that
not
I
connecting to the
painted,
router.
favorite model
Because
that I
after
bought,
it-
favorite model that I've
Has
seen
it asked
put
you for a
out.
Wi-Fi password when you select your router's network?
I have to go a little bit more specific there, Lulu.
Okay, then And the phone hasn't tried to capitalize or lowercase that first letter.
So I remove them from the nail. So you get the sticky tack off the bottom of it. And then I dry fit them to the base before gluing them. Because, you know, like carpenters say, measure twice, cut once. I always say dry then glue. Make sure you got all the sticky tack off. Host's choice. Favorite model.
No.
My favorite
Because
one
that
I
sounds like
painted
you're in
is to
your
be
Wi-Fi settings
toss-up
for the phone.
between that
not the
bike
app.
that I just painted, my one room priest on bike with the custom base that I threw together, or my first successful face and eye painting on a room priest that I got, even if he does look a little stir crazy.
There shouldn't be a reason to, but sure, let's go ahead and give it a shot.
But those are definitely my favorite of the ones I've painted and owned. Favorite model? I guess I could go with the one that like tickles me the most. Welcome Wheels 802. Be sure to tap your screen and give the stream a like. Helps me out so more people can find it. We can get more people chilling in here with us.
Usually the router is what's in charge of your IP
My favorite
addresses.
model that I don't have is probably
So it should be getting an IP address from your router.
I forget what he's called in Age of Sigmar, but I know I've shown you this model before, Lulu. The Archeon on the Chimera, the Everchosen. That model is like this freaking tall. Like, I love that thing. I want
The
that
setup
thing.
light, is that flashing as
It's
well
like
or
$200,
no?
I think. It's absurdly expensive, but it's just a beautiful kick-ass model. Not Dog Boy.
Okay. Okay.
No, not
So,
Moose. Not
let's see then.
not my Lord of War for Sigmar. The Chaos one. The dude on the massive Chimera with the wingspan that's like this big. It almost looks like a coiling snake with its tail and body. You would know it as soon as I sent you a photo or whatnot. Welcome back, Wheels. Remember, guys, if you like what you're seeing, please, 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 pretty please, like the stream. Jackie Cam,
Yeah, because usually
thank
at this
you,
point I
thank you
have
for
you
joining.
track down the
Thank you
proof
for
of
the likes,
purchase
Lulu.
and try to exchange the camera with the reseller, but that would mean, yeah. I think we need we would need the proof of purchase as well, so.
But yeah, he, don't get me wrong, I like Kragnos.
I understand that.
My Lord of War
But
for my
this is
works.
usually the point where I tell you to
But
grab the proof of purchase and you would send you new
that
cameras,
Archeon
so if we
model
can't
is
get the
just-
proof of purchase, then we're kind of without a paddle there.
there's so much that can be done with it. Love it.
Yeah, that's going to
The
be an issue
favorite
between
model I have in my collection.
in communication on either the routers and or the cameras, and
Schemes.
you can't figure that out.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, there's even less reason why it shouldn't be
Merfolk
working,
boss.
especially with the new phone. So
Partying to no end. Welcome back. Hope the party's going well. No, he's not. He's not merfolk.
Unfortunately.
I like the water elves for sure, but none of their models are like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, you're very welcome. Any other questions before I let you go there, Shanna? Alright, you have a nice rest of your day.
Not the,
Alright, bye-bye.
like, don't get me wrong, I like the merfolk, but that's not the one I'm thinking.
Alright,
of.
you're good now.
Cool, thank you. Okay, so pause off the core. Yeah, the turtle. The turtle's definitely really nice. What, really? You like the turtle more? I thought you'd like the beetle. The wood elf, the forest spirit's beetle. There's that forest spirit beetle model with the queen on it or whatnot. I thought that would have been your go-to, Lulu. Yuksokuru, welcome to the stream. Or the live session, I guess. Remember, guys, like Beetle for D&D, but for D&D use. Okay. Yeah, that would be a pretty sweet D&D model. But yeah, guys, like, tap the screen, it sends likes. The TikTok algorithm likes that, and it's very helpful to me. Yay, more heart kissy faces and love. But yeah, once I finish getting these guys glued into place, I believe that will be it for my live stream for tonight. Be sure to follow me, Cornelius Witt. Now that is a username. Cornelius is a wonderful name. I love that. Welcome. But I will do a, be sure to follow me because I'll do a post tonight, because I might stream more Destiny 2 tonight, because a bunch of us are going to be playing it, and I believe it would be entertaining. To have the Destiny 2 stream. Do I know much about garden gnomes? Chippy Chappy? No, I do not, outside of just what they are. Toby1, welcome. Glad you're here. Almost there for the glue. Like an extinct species of dwarf humans. Oh, alright, yeah. That makes sense. You know, I'm a firm believer that all myths have a level of truth in them. It's just how much have been embellished over the years. Like one of the, I saw a TikTok actually a couple weeks ago that kind of hit me funny, of like the original dragon myths were just people that found dinosaur bones. Like, think back to when dragon myths were being coined, you know, Dark Ages Europe and whatnot. You come across a Tyrannosaurus Rex skull, what are you going to think? You know? Yeah, I'd take a very large belief in mythology and whatnot. So I love all the stuff like that, with all the stories and whatnot with them. Creatures, it's all fascinating to me. I really enjoy it. Alright, got those. Not sure if gnomes have bones. yeah, my experience with studying different myths and whatnot, usually if they don't, that is something that is explicitly stated. Or like they're made of some sort of exoskeleton. Ooh. Ooh. I don't like that. Dwarf exoskeleton. Not a big fan of that. Welcome, Krause. Krause83. Welcome to the stream. Be sure to tap that screen. Send some likes my way. You guys blew me out of the water. I was trying to hit 750 likes on this stream, but god damn, you guys got me to 1.3k today. Do I have a timer showing for how long I've been streaming? Man, I don't even remember when it was. I started like 2, 3 o'clock. Likes. Wonder what happens if I double tap. Okay. Oh wait, yeah.
You can like your own stream.
I can send myself likes. Look at that. That's kind of derpy. Get this reset. There we go. Now all that is left is to glue these guys into place. Pretty hard. Dab in. So now we just go through and dab of super glue, dab of super glue, dab of super glue, dab of super glue. Lock them into place. Let this sit for a couple hours to make sure all that super glue completely dries. Then I'll start applying the texture paint, which is literally just paint with sand inside of it to get the base work done. And then, as some of you so eloquently pointed out, when I get the base coat done, it looks like peanut butter toast. So I do in fact have looks like I got little guys of peanut butter toast. Little slabs of peanut butter toast. But it looks good when it's all done. Hurt 76320, thank you. Thank you for joining. Please be sure to like. Of course, if you like what you're seeing. I'm not going to force it out of you. It would just be much appreciated. So, eventually I hope I'll be able to set a schedule one of these days so that y'all can know exactly when it is on live every day. But, it's difficult, for sure, to get anything really set like that, especially for me, because I just kind of do this whenever I have time. The only thing that I have, like, really set is my Twitch stream, which isn't even that big at all. I just basically do that for friends and for my girlfriend, so that she can hang out somehow. But now that these guys are glued and drying, that's going to be it for today's stream. Thank you everybody for showing up, and my God, thank you for the likes and the tips. I cannot believe that that has in fact happened. Be sure to follow me, follow my channel if you don't already. Man, I really only know the YouTube spiel. I should look up the TikTok spiel. See some people who live stream on TikTok, see what they do. Because, man, I just keep on wanting to go. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that little bell icon, get the notifications up. But if you feel so inclined on my TikTok profile, I do have my Instagram and my YouTube both available. Thank you, Child of Doom, for the likes. Greatly, greatly appreciated. But be sure to swing over to my profile on TikTok here. Give me a follow. I got like I was saying, I got my Instagram and my YouTube linked, so you can check that out. I got some longer content on my YouTube. Some how-to videos as well for painting. Nothing for 40K yet. It's all mostly Team Yankee and Flames of War on my YouTube channel. The 40K is coming in the works. I just want to make sure to get the majority of my Team Yankee finished before I start putting Warhammer on there. I do my Instagram posts every day, and the Instagram is basically an archive of what I was doing before I jumped over onto TikTok, so you can go see a lot of the see the progress and see what I've painted so far this year. And yeah, check out my videos here on TikTok. I got a bunch of hobby stuff. I got some shit posts, some D&D stuff, some how to train your dragon stuff, miniature stuff, music stuff. But yeah, that's Jesse for Kryptonite. Thank you for joining. Sorry you guys are catching me right at the end of the stream, but be sure to just shoot me a follow and keep an eye out for when I go live next. So thank you everybody. Have a good night.